Well, guess who started the stream wrong and didn't start it at all by accident and just streamed for 15 minutes to myself? You're speaking of. It's me. I did the impossible and made it very possible. But we're here. And I'd like to congratulate you. Because, know it or not, you've just entered the Mang Zone. Oh, my agenda's already up. You've entered the Mang Zone. Okay? What does that mean? That means we got the Mangmi Air X. Now, this thing, that's been quite surprising lately. It has been surprising me in a lot of good ways, and a couple ways where I'm like, all right, this is definitely a budget handheld. However, those are pretty much entirely outweighed by how powerful this thing is. This thing absolutely rips on certain consoles. Anyways, I'm getting ahead of myself here. So what is the Mangmi Air X? The Mangmi Air X is a newer budget handheld that's clocking in at $90 US. It's just under that $100 price point before shipping and all that stuff. And what makes it so special? The performance. It has a Snapdragon 662 chipset in it, which can run a lot of it's mostly good at running PSP games. I'm just gonna get that out of the way. But it can also run some 3DS games pretty well. And then you get a bunch of other kind of your classics and some other weird ones. Anyways, pretty cool stuff, but I'm yapping. And my producer just informed me that we need to talk about the agenda. Producer, pull up the agenda. Step 1, make the stream work. I failed that at first. now it's successful. I think. I'm seeing people in the chat, so I think it's successful. Step 2, summon the Mangmi Air X through Dark Incantation. I think I've summoned it. I don't know what it cost, besides the sub $100 thing that we talked about. But I don't know what it costs me in the long term, because Dark Incantations, you know what I'm talking about. Anyways, step 3, play some games. We're gonna play a lot of games. It is my price. I sold my soul to the Mangmi Air X, and we're gonna have to play some games in order to pay my debt to the Mangmi gaming gods. Step 4, Q&A, Mangmi Air X tour. The X stands for extreme. What makes it extreme? You'll have to stick around to find out. Step 5, play more games. We're not done playing games until my infinite debt is paid, because this might be under $100, but the Nintendo ninjas are watching, so we're gonna give them a show. Step 6, keep gaming, old man. Don't stop gaming. What are you doing? You're talking about the schedule, you're talking about the agenda, you stream for 15 minutes before the stream start. Keep gaming. Get back to gaming, old man. And step 7, closing time. That's right, closing the book, closing the loop, and going back to my place of rest until the next stream, which could be maybe another time this week. I don't know. We'll see. We'll find out. Anyways, producer, cut the music. we got to get serious here. Because y'all already know what time it is. Send it to the overhead. Oh, that is ugly. All right. Well, we are in the Mangmi mix. We're manging on that thing. And you know, it's manging time, as they say. So, let me give you a little rundown from an old pro here. So, the Mangmi Air X just came out recently. However, reviewers have had their hands on it for months because it was released in China first. And then they managed to like sneak a couple units to reviewers and all that stuff while they were figuring out distributing it outside of China because of tariffs and all that jazz. So this thing has technically been around for months, and we've talked about it for months back when it was $69. Nice. I was pretty much, I looked at this thing, I saw the specs and everything, and the price tag, $69 for a device with a 5.5 inch IPS display. That's actually been really solid. It's not the brightest in the world, but it's really good looking. I've been pretty impressed with that. It also has a 2 Hall effect analog sticks with customizable RGB. It's got analog triggers, active cooling, and the highlight, the star of the show, is a Snapdragon 662 chipset. And that is a kind of an obscure chip in some ways because it's a little bit old and kind of weird, and we don't really know much about it outside of the Mangmi Air X. Originally, we thought that it was in the PlayStation Portal, but it turns out that the PS Portal has a Snapdragon 680, I think. So this chipset is kind of unique. It might be in some other stuff. However, we know it's in the Mangmi Air X. So what can it do? Well, it can do PlayStation Portable at 3 to 4 times resolution. So that's like 720p to 1080p. We can do some 3DS games at 1 times resolution. And we can also do your usual gamut of you know, Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance, Nintendo DS, your classics here. Nintendo 64 pretty comfortably. And then you get into the kind of maybes, the hard maybes, and that's PlayStation 2 and Gamecube. And maybe like super lightweight Switch games. However, that has taken a lot of tinkering. As you can see, I've installed 3 Switch emulators to try and get one of them to work with some games. I've got a few on the docket. But first on the list, you know we got to do it to them. You already know what's coming up. That is the obligatory Minecraft. It's go time. It's crafting time. Now, Minecraft is a 3D game, as we know. And 3D games are a good heat check of what to expect from a device. So an Android device like this, if it can run a 3D game like Minecraft, it's looking pretty good. Like, it's your odds of running Nintendo 64 and Dreamcast are pretty solid. So we're going to do a little heat check here, just play a couple native Android games before we get into the whole emulation rigmarole. So first on the list is obviously hopping into Manyo World and getting a whole bunch of pop-ups here because that's just Minecraft in 2025. Anyways, so first up we got Minecraft. After this, we're going to test out a little bit of that Silk Song port, the native port to Android. We're going to test that out. Let me know how the volume's sounding and everything too. I've been trying to optimize. I've been trying to to get everything working on here. Because I really tweaked a lot of things to get the Thor streams going, because that was like a dual screen handheld, and it was also like kind of my first streams to TBH. But we're veterans now, and we're also waiting forever for this to load up. So here's Minecraft. Nothing fancy with the graphics. Just your classics here. Let me see if I can pull up a... Can you go away? No, brother. No. Okay. I'm going to try and get... Does anyone know if there's a way to get an FPS reader on screen? Like an FPS stat? Because that would be pretty pogue. But in the meantime, I think we're just gonna freestyle it. And if you see stutters, it's stuttering. So I was messing around with this for like 30 minutes, an hour the other day. I've only had this thing for a few days now, but I've been trying to just run as many games and just see how as many things on this as possible, because again, this is a new chipset. Like, this isn't the Iron Thor, which has the Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 from the Odin 2s and the Retroid Pocket 6 that's coming up. This is a Snapdragon 662. We don't really know much about it outside of other people's like videos, and I think Rob the Retro Tech Dad did a big old PS2 showcase on it. I should have taken a look at that to get some like some knowledge on what's emulator settings to use and all that stuff. But in the meantime, we're shooting from the hip here, and Minecraft is looking pretty dark, so we're gonna bring that up. Matt 66555. I'm interested in getting a new handheld. Only have a 35XX SP, and it's dang near perfect for playing Pokemon games. Yep, Nintendo. Matt has all the games physically inside of a big vault in his basement. Inside of a giant walk-in vault, he's got every game that's ever existed. So don't you come a knocking. Yeah, the 35XX SP was my daily driver when that first came out for like months. I was running all the different, I was running MuOS on it with all the different like Portmaster ports, like Stardew Valley, the PokeMMO. I was doing all the, I was a big Portmaster head. I actually ended up making a Portmaster tutorial for Morrowind on the cheapest possible device it could run on, the Battle XP G350. I highly recommend if you have an Ambernic XX device, checking out Portmaster. It's a really fun way to just like play some full-blown PC ports on the go. So yeah, Minecraft, pretty chill, pretty straightforward. No real frame dips or anything like that. Runs pretty consistently. All that jazz. Mr. Benny. Minecraft, Roblox, and Fortnite. Yep, that's what we're doing on this stream, and that's all we're doing. We're just doing Minecraft, Fortnite, Roblox, and then we're gonna repeat. So now that that's done, let's do Roblox. Psych. It's Silksong. Ignore that down there. Just a little place. Grab the app from. Anyways, big old text there. So next up, we got Silksong here. This is the native Android port, and as of right now, there's a really weird quirk where we'll talk about it, but performance is pretty solid. However, this device is running Android 14, and for some reason, Android 14 has some weird permissions when it comes to saving and overwriting files on the internal drive. So with that said, Hollow Knight Silksong only saves once, and then you can't save again, as of right now. That's just the internal, like the native port for this. So that could change in the future. Maybe they can figure it out. But from a performance standpoint, we could take a look at it and just, get an idea for what kind of performance this thing can actually do. Because if they can iron out the Android bugs with the saving and all that jazz, then you got Silksong on a $90 handheld. And sure, you can get like a Switch Lite for under $100 and all that stuff, but this is a retro handheld. You know, it's pretty cool stuff. So it might take a second for the FPS to kind of actually lock in a little bit, because right now we're getting like 20-30 FPS, and that is not ideal. Hopefully we can get a little bit soon here, a little more performance. Oh, you know what, let me see if the graphic options are optimized. Yeah, okay, so one thing that you don't want to do is run it at 1080p 60 FPS. We're gonna drop that down to 720 30, and then usually it hovers between 30 and yeah, then usually it just goes right to 60. So 720p 60 hertz, that's what we're looking for. And then double check the advanced settings, make sure that our particles and all that jazz are downscale. So, I mean, again, this game doesn't save, which is not ideal, but I guess if you're just an absolute demon who loves just doing full demon runs of Hollow Knight Silksong, one of the hardest games I've played in a long time, then you can do that, because it'll only take one save. Oh jeez. Oh man, I gotta lock in. How many of y'all have played a Silksong so far? This, I wouldn't recommend the Android port, because I don't know how good it is, or how deep into the game you can get without problems. But the game itself, man, if you're a masochist, this is the game for you. It's also a beautiful game with really a lot of just insane stuff, like crazy boss battles, amazing soundtrack and art style and everything. This is easy game of the year contender. Raptor played a tiny bit of it. Dude, keep playing. Lock in. No, it's fun. It's a game that only gets harder, but it also is you know, if you're into those kinds of games, it's a good time. It's very, like, people, what was crazy is when this game first came out, people were like, oh, it's not harder than Hollow Knight, it's just hasn't been out as long, so Hollow Knight is easier because everyone figured it out. It's like, no, this game is objectively so much harder than Hollow Knight, dude. What are you smoking? Now again, this is a game that really highlights, because of its colorful art style and just like rich contrast and saturation, this really highlights, so I accidentally skipped through the whole save pop-up, but again, this really highlights how good this screen is for a budget device. Obviously, it's not an OLED panel, but it's an IPS display, and it's 1080p at 5.5 inches. We're running this game at 720, but you can get an idea for the saturation and the color. Everything looks really good on here, and it's really surprising for a budget device. Usually under $100, there's some pretty blatant sacrifices, and in terms of just cost to quality, Mangmi did a fantastic job. Unlike me, who just slipped back into the depths here. Matt, not your type of game. Couldn't even get into Hollow Knight. Yeah, exactly. If you can't get into Hollow Knight, then Silksong ain't gonna be the vibe. It's a specific game for specific people, and again, that's masochists. It's such a big game. I mean, they took like a long time making it, but it is it still surprises me how big this game is. Big game. I think I played like 40 hours of it, and I'm only at the end of Act 2. I did a lot of running around. A lot of running around, just like we're doing here, but yeah, we'll play another like minute or two of this, and then obviously we'll have to take it back to the classics with just a little bit of the original Hollow Knight port, just to kind of, you know, just cover our bases when it comes to native Android ports. So yeah, you can see save could not be written, and that seems to be a problem with Android 14. I don't know how the devs can fix it, but hopefully there's some sort of fix that eventually happens for this device, because it'd be pretty cool to play this game. So yeah, that is Hollow Knight Silksong, and if you don't want to play Silksong and and experience the whole one save wonder, then you can always play the regular Hollow Knight. Now this port is pretty interesting. It's like not the best port because there's a lot of pop-in that happens, and you'll see what I mean. I played a smidgen of it, so we'll check it out a little bit too, and just kind of get an idea for what kind of Android games you can play on this thing, because Android gaming has actually been like surprisingly cool on here. You can play a lot of your 2Ds and some of your 3D, right? You can play a little Minecraft, maybe a little Roblox. I don't know. I am not going to download Roblox, but I will download Hollow Knight and check that out. And once we've checked this out for a few minutes, we'll hop into Ship of Harkinian. That is the Zelda Ocarina of Time native port to Android, and I've got it mostly running at 60 FPS with some custom textures too. So I'll give you an idea of like what kind of stuff you can do there. I've really enjoyed the Ship of Harkinian ports. They've really just like spruced up. They've taken the idea of emulation and just kind of like kicked it up a notch, because they're native decompilation ports of those games. So you can replace like the textures, and you can do randomizers and all that stuff. So I started a randomizer run, and it was all just built right into the app. And so games like Hollow Knight and Hollow Knight Silksong that have this rich art style, it really shines on this device. Again, the screen is surprisingly good. It's definitely on the upper tier of IPS displays. So seeing it on a sub $100 handheld, like a $90 handheld, is pretty rad. Man, my instinct is to backdash like Dawn of Sorrow, or to use Silksong controls. But yeah, this is a super chill, fun game. So far, not seeing too much of that pop-in that I was talking about, which is good. But I don't know if it's like a memory thing. I see it on other devices. Yeah, you can kind of see a little bit there at the edge of frame. You can kind of see a little bit of that pop in. But overall, this is quite a great port. You know, all things considered, it's an unofficial port, so this wasn't actually made by the devs. It was just made by fans of the game. Oh, again, a little bit of crunch there. A little bit of crunch with all those particles. Oh, man. Matt, that worm was too cute. Yep. I love saving the worms, man. Save the worms. My final message. All right, so this is a dead end. I think we'll call it here. Yeah, I think I need like a power-up or something to get past there. Hollow Knight. Pretty great game. highly recommend checking it out. It's a lot more forgiving than Silk Song. So this is a good kind of Metroidvania, your classic Metroidvania. Anyways, now let's hop over into Ship of Harkinian. And welcome, all 12 of y'all right now. How we all doing? Sound off in the chat. Go crazy. So off the rip, something's going on with that sky, right? That is the Studio Ghibli Skybox mod. It replaces the skybox with Studio Ghibli art style. It's just a nice little like fun little thing that you can do. So we also got some custom 3D textures, 3DS textures. So you can see here. Look at Link. Look at that Link. We got the 3D textures. 3DS. Such a little rascal. So these are the kinds of things that you can do with this, with Ship of Harkinian. Because it's a native port, you can replace specific textures, or you can replace all the textures. Takes a little bit of tweaking and like, you know, fine tuning and all that stuff. So I've got a randomizer run going here, so it might be a little different in terms of what items we get in what order. Also, let me know if the volume's too loud or anything like that too. Again, I've been like I've been noodling around with settings and all that stuff. But yeah, so we've got the man, I forget the name of the custom texture pack here. But if you search 3DS textures, Ship of Harkinian, you'll probably find it. All right, let's see. First item. What do we get? What do we get? Sword. Booyah. All right, so that's normal. Yeah. And I think we'll take a look at what resolution and frame rate we're running this at. I think I definitely capped it to 60 FPS. Or I definitely like set it to hopefully be at 60, because this is a 60 hertz screen and I kind of just want to like get the best frame rate out of it, even if that means lowering the resolution a little bit. So let's take a look at what settings we got. All right. So you can see up there that I set it to be 70% of the internal resolution. So this is a 1080p display, and that means that it's a little over 720p is what we're looking at for resolution. And then I set the FPS to be 60 because match frame rate was just kind of bugging out for me. I think that this panel runs at like 59.9 something, so it was just kind of wasn't really playing too well there. And then some other stuff you can do in here is, I mean, the menu looks a little janky, but you can do so much cool stuff. There's quality of life things like autosave. There's different like control things, convenience things like instant put away, and then you can, you know, you can skip all the cutscenes if you're sick of the cutscenes. The graphics, you can do certain things like enemy health bars. Let's turn that on. That sounds fun. So there's so many different things that you can do. And again, this is a randomizer run as well, so you can also just have randomizer runs. And as you saw right there, there is a little bit of a slowdown. I'm curious to see if that's going to be a consistent thing or if that's just when textures are loading in. I mean, we will find out. But in the meantime, we're just gonna run around and you know, get a feel for how this game is running. And again, this is at 720p, but it looks pretty crispy. And you know what's not going to look crispy is, do I remember how to get through the tunnel? Hello. Oh. Do I remember do I remember the right order? I know it's not that. because I ain't ready for that one. Do I have to buy a sword? No. Or buy a shield? Maybe? I don't know. So, anyways. This is the Mangmi Air X. It's pretty dang solid for the price. And we'll get into some emulation in a little bit. I just kind of wanted to show y'all some native Android games because, you know, why not just get those out of the way at first? And they're just as fun as emulating games because you can do stuff like this, which is a hybrid of native and emulation. This is like it's a decompilation of a Nintendo 64 game. Pretty fun. All right, follow my ears. Yes. Woo! All right, we're getting some crunchy slowdowns. Oh, I need to equip. What am I doing? Rookie mistake here. That's cool. We got a nice little health bar that travels with it. That's so sick. Yeah, we're getting some slowdowns here, so I might drop the resolution a little bit, or you know, set the frame rate a little differently. I don't know. Ooh, that's crunchy. So that Snapdragon 662 is kind of struggling. We also only have 4 gigs of RAM in here, so there's clear like certain things that definitely, you know, had to be sacrificed a little bit. Oh, I missed my opening. There we go. Whoa. Okay, I went from half health to zilch. Oh no, I feel bad. Yeah, we're getting some crunch. I wasn't expecting that. So let's see what we can do to fix that. Some things that you can do is you got VSync. We can maybe disable that. Let's try first going to 50% resolution. 540p. It's gonna look a little crunchy. This thing definitely ain't gonna be running Breath of the Wild. Zelda Crazy Breath. None of those games. No Tears of the Kingdom on this little fella. Oh, I'm just eating those hits. Tank it. Yeah, I'm in the wrong area, huh? Well, it's been a good run. But our time has come to a crunchy close. Yeah, Michael Vanny, that was some chunky audio. That was definitely chunking. We're gonna get out of here, and let's load up the sequel, The Electric Boogaloo, Majora's Mask. Also, what up, all 15 y'all? How we doing? How was your night, day, afternoon, evening? We're about to play the Majora's Mask decompilation port. So this is a native port of Zelda Majora's Mask. And there's gonna be a little bit of that slowdown, a little bit of that crunchy crunch. We're gonna see what we're working with here. So this port is a little less developed, as you can see by the no UI scaling, and there's certain things here that we can kind of tweak. to get everything set up. So we're gonna start with 50% resolution, and we'll do 30 FPS cap. Now, even at 50% resolution, I'm getting my ass handed to me. Back off. God damn. All right. Michael Benny, what concert costs 45 cents, 50 cents in Nickelback? Hey, listen, put that on my tombstone. I couldn't have said it better myself. 55 cents and a Nickelback. Wait, no, 50 cents and a Nickelback. Damn. 50 cents. Okay, I just got stun locked there for a second. So I'd probably recommend playing it at this 50% resolution and then outpacing the mailman. And even at 30 FPS too, it feels very similar to the 3DS port, but we get this native widescreen, which is pretty cool. And you can also get like custom textures and all that stuff. So I think I have the 3DS custom textures for the player. I don't know if I have. I don't think I have custom textures for everything else. However, TBD. Yeah, a little bit of that crunch right there. And then I do believe they're here. Now, yeah, we got good little crunchy slowdown there. So this Snapdragon 662 chipset, we got it running in performance mode with the silent fan. Now the silent fan isn't actually silent; it just turns the fan down when it's not getting hot, and then it just ramps it up to whatever it's gonna be when it is getting hot. So silent isn't exactly silent. But it's a good like overall kind of catch-all fan preset to live on. Meanwhile, the performance mode, it's either on or off. There's no like medium performance or low or high performance. It's just kind of, are you going performance mode or are you not? And even with performance mode, you know, you still get some struggling. You still see that $90 budget boy trying its hardest, but for the most part it's holding up pretty well when it comes to native Android games. We ran Minecraft, we didn't run Roblox or Fortnite because those would probably crumble. But let's get out of here, and then we'll pop this balloon. Let's see if oh, I gotta remap the buttons. Ooh, you know what we can also try out? Hold on. We can try turning on gyro. Let's see if this has gyro. I don't think it has gyro. Something's telling me it doesn't have gyro. Maybe we'll do a little Wario twisted test later, but yeah, it might not have gyro on it. I don't know, can't confirm or deny. But you know what I can do is exit out of there. Because we've checked that out enough, and now you know what time it is. It's time to crack our knuckles and hop into 3DS games using Citra MMJ, which is really bright. So we're gonna lower that down. Now, Citra MMJ is, I've noticed, has kind of the smoothest frame pacing on, at least on the Iron Thor. I haven't done too much Azahar versus Citra testing on the Mangmi Air X, but what I have tested in Citra runs pretty well. So let's start off with Animal Crossing New Leaf and just kind of dip a toe into this 3DS world. Now, one thing that you might notice from 3DS is that the 3DS has 2 screens and this only has 1. So we're gonna have to kind of shove a little bit of shove both them screens in one zone here. So what we can do is also move things around, so we can kind of do a little bit of custom layout. So you know what I might do is I might do this. Wait, I might hop back in here. And one downside to Citra is that right now Citra MMJ doesn't have save states. Azahar does have save states, but Citra doesn't. So kind of unfortunate. But, you know, that's how it goes. You know, it's kind of just a performance versus features. So let's maybe put this screen here. And try and scale it right. A little bit of trial and error. But yeah, so that's all right. And then I mapped a toggle screen to the right thingy here. Now I thought I loaded my my save files, but I don't think I did. So because I don't think my saves transferred over, maybe we'll play a different game because this intro is gonna take a little bit. Let's play a little bit of Samus Returns, because I actually started playing that one. So I got through the intro segment, and we can just jump right into some gaming. Now, if you noticed, I've been scrubbing the screen a lot. It's because this screen is a bit of a fingerprint magnet. It's a little bit on the glossy side, so it does like those fingerprints. And as you saw when I was changing the custom layout, you can change it to whatever you see fit. It's never going to be perfect on one widescreen device, shoving 2 screens. And that's where the Iron Thor comes in great, because it can play 3DS at 4 times resolution, and you get the 2 screens. On here, you get 1 screen. But again, it's a pretty good screen. And we're running this at 1 times resolution, so this is the OG. This is true to the original hardware in a way. And let's lock that in there. So off the rip, running pretty well. And there is going to be some shader compilations occasionally. Hopefully it's not too bad. But we'll find out. One thing that is kind of bad is that it's a little dark. Let me brighten it up a little more. But yeah. Oh man, I'm just tanking hits. Oh man, they made wall jumping so much easier in this game. Just automatically does it for you. So I was actually surprised to see that that 3DS runs pretty well on this chipset. I guess it makes sense because it's a Snapdragon chipset, so it's got like a very old Adreno driver, I think. And Citra MMJ works pretty well with it. Other emulators like Dolphin and stuff like that, they're a little more miss than hit. But when it comes to 3DS emulation, pretty decent. I wouldn't recommend upscaling it though. 'Cause even at 1x resolution, oh boy, back up. Hopefully I can sneak on by. Yeah. See, I'm getting the hang of it. Oh, okay. Now, because Citra doesn't have save states, you're gonna have to save the old-fashioned way and save like our ancestors, like you used to save. And by that I mean not passwords. Please don't bring back password saving. Now let's see how this holds up, because I think that there's a little bit of particles and all that stuff. Raptor for you 3DS will stay on the modded new 3DS. Yeah, dude, a modded 3DS is good. They're getting pretty expensive these days, so I do like having some more options like the Thor and all that. Oh, I don't have Morph Ball. Okay. Or I don't have Morph Bomb. No bombs. Another save point. And then I think there's a boss coming up. Could be wrong. Maybe it's just kind of going through that little tunneling tunnel. Yeah, the purple zone. What are you guys' thoughts on this Samus Returns on the 3DS? You a fan of it? I've never played it that much. I never really got into it. I'm kind of a demon for the Game Boy Advance Metroids, and a little bit of like Super Metroid, Hyper Metroid. I love me some Metroid ROM hacks. Been ripping on those lately. Alright, what do we got to do here? What are we getting? Oh yeah, the scan pulse. Okay, well this is enough showed off Metroid Samus Returns here. As you can see, it ran very consistent, pretty solid overall. And now we'll push it to the limit with a little Kirby Planet Robobot. Now, Kirby Planet Robobot is a little bit harder to run, so there's more likelihood of seeing some stutters and really seeing that frame rate get crunchy. But let's find out. And again, we're at 1x resolution, so this is the native res that the 3DS was running these games at. And it still looks pretty good. The screen itself is very saturated. It has a lot of contrast to it. It's just a matter of performance now. I'm gonna need you to step up. That dusty old Snapdragon 662 needs to lock in. All right, off the rip, we're getting some good stutters. Hopefully it'll smoothen out as the shaders cache and all that stuff. And what I mean when I say shaders caching is usually when new things happen on screen, such as you enter a new world or there's like a new animation, stuff like that. That usually causes it to stutter as it's like loading those shaders and caching those shaders, all that stuff. Let's see if we have async. Yeah, so we have async shader compilation enabled, 1x resolution, all that stuff. And you know what? We can also just do this. And then turn off custom layout. There we go. Because we don't really need to see that bottom screen, so I might as well just blow it up to the big screen. So harder to run 3DS games. It definitely have more of a stutter. And, I'd say this is mostly... It's playable. It's not exactly enjoyable. Let's put it that way. Like you could, if you really muster up the fortitude, you could play through this, and maybe the more that you play it, the more the shaders cache and all that stuff. But as of right now, it's looking pretty rough. Maybe we'll take it over into Azahar and see how that runs. And I don't know if this has custom GPU drivers or anything else that we can really do. I don't know. I'm kind of a newbie when it comes to 3DS emulation, especially exposing the camera for it. Man, so it's taken a while to load in all that stuff, all the background elements and everything. All right, I have seen enough from Kirby Planet Robobot and Citra. Let's check it out, Nazar. And I think let's see. Hopefully the gamepad. Oh no, it doesn't auto map. All right, well, you can bang this out real quick. Count it. Count it. Speed run, speed run, speed run. Oh no, that's not what I wanted. Well, clear. Circle pad. C-stick. D-pad. D-pad button. Snap. All right, I might not get the world record on this one. Swap screens, close game, toggle pause, quick save. Quick save, sure. No, that's probably not. No quick save button. All right. Now let's see if there's a async shader compilation. Okay, so we're using the OpenGL graphics API, and then we got to enable async shaders, because when it comes to high-end emulation like 3DS and Gamecube and PS2, this budget device needs as much help as it can get. So in those situations, we're going to enable all the hacks, the async shader compilation, the non-accurate shader things. We're gonna give it all the juice it can get. So we're gonna start on OpenGL, and if that's looking crunchy, then we'll hop into Vulkan. Let's give it a whirl. It's time. Oh no. This ain't even gonna make it past the menu. Yeah. Yeah, this is tough. This is real tough. I ain't I don't know about that one, Chief. So what we're gonna do is switch it to Vulkan and see if that fixes it. Something tells me that Citra MMJ is gonna be the optimal way to play 3DS games. Just going out on a limb with that one. As Vulcan is... maybe? Some good crunch there. Oh no, fellas. Is this the move? Is this gonna work? Oh no. Come on. Come on. It's screaming in agony right now. This thing. This is bringing this Snapdragon 662 to its knees. Oh, Kirby. Kirby, no. Oh. All right. Wait a minute. We're getting some. Let's do single screen. Okay, I'm seeing signs of life here. I'm seeing kind of full speed, but then not. This is interesting. It's like bursts of full speed. This is very interesting. I just need little bro to lock in. Yeah, this needs, if this can get a little more consistent, this could be great. But it's weird. Yeah, and then that happens. Okay, yeah, no, this is, I would not recommend this. I think Kirby Planet Robomon might be a little out of its league. Yeah. I am curious if another like 30 seconds of this will cache enough shaders to get us that smoother experience in the next level part here. All right. The moment of truth. Oh no. Oh no, Kirby, you broke the universe. Kirby Planet Robo broke the level. Robo broke, boy. Yeah, this ain't it. This ain't it. Unfortunately, however, you know what we can do is we can save state. Because it's Azahar. Pretty good stuff. Alright. Well, yeah, it's a toss-up. It's definitely a toss-up. There's pros and cons to each one. I would recommend Citra MMJ, though. And with that said, let's check out Ocarina of Time 3D. And on the 3DS at 1x resolution. And let's see what kind of frame rate we're looking at here. Off the bat, feeling pretty good. Getting a little bit of that shader stutter in the beginning. We gotta make a save because I thought I transferred it over, but I don't think I did. Oh, brother. Slime star. Raptor, so basically no 3DS, not a specific certain 3DS games. Limited 3DS is the answer. Because there's also a difference between like just performance limits and shader caching. So 3DS, it has something called shader caching that happens on a lot of handhelds. Even if they're powerful enough to run the games, the shader caching is when you enter a new area or something new happens, then sometimes it kind of hitches. The frame rate kind of just like dips for a second as it caches new shaders. You'll see it happen up in the top there. See that shader compiled? The shader compilation. You'll usually see that when there's like a little stutter. And if it's stuttering constantly, then that's a performance problem. That means that you're running it at too high resolution or your device isn't powerful enough to run it. But I'm curious if the Mangmi Air X, where are we at for the limit of power here, you know? Because Azahar is a no-go. But Citra MMJ is pretty promising. And I've had similar results on the Thor as well. The Thor, Azahar was just pretty crunchy and just not great. Meanwhile, Citra MMJ was significantly smoother. And these cutscenes, they're great for a cinematic and immersive experience, but when you're trying to just show off some gameplay, oh brother. Well, we got a full 3D fly through. Had a glorious... What was the original 3DS resolution? Probably like 360p, something like that. Maybe a little lower, 240. Still looks pretty good though, because of that color and saturation of the screen. Maybe a little dark on stream. I kind of get the I got a very contrasty vibe on stream. And I also have I mapped the swap screen button to my right stick here, so I know that that Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask usually just use the lower screen as like a quick menu kind of thing. So this is one of those games that you can probably play like pretty much just full screen and then swap screens as needed. So far, so good with the frame rate and everything. Shader compilation. I mean, nothing crazy has happened so far, but it's feeling pretty solid. It's promising. All right, it's go time. So we're gonna grab our sword. And again, you can see those little the yellow pop up in the corner when there's one of those frame hitches. Usually a shader compilation. Now, while this can play some 3DS games, I wouldn't say it's a 3DS replacement. Just given that even though 3DSs are very expensive, you know what's also expensive and can play upscale 3DS is the Thor. So just saying. However, for under $100, like this kind of performance is pretty good. This feels like it sets a new bar for it feels like it sets a new bar for that sub $100 price range, you know? It sort of raises the bar for other companies. And I know that we're starting to see a lot more of these budget handhelds that can handle more stuff too. Like Nintendo 64 and Dreamcast is starting to get more consistent in that, you know, $60 to $80 price range with Magic X and XU Retro handhelds. Just really taking the torch and running with it, you know. Alright, now I gotta figure out how to get a shield. Alright, is he gonna fleece me? 40 bucks? Oh, brother. Anyone got 40 bandos I can borrow? No, I'll get you back. Just let me hold 40. How much bread I got? 20. I'll give you 50 tomorrow if you give me 40 today. Alright, I think I know where there's a little stash. I think it's in the top rafters. Oh man, I forgot how annoying the heavy was. Oh brother. Yes, I know. I'm working on it. Oh, it's all the way up there. All right, well, yeah, it's the starting area of Ocarina of Time, but you see that now that all the shaders are cached and the shaders are compiled, we've been getting a pretty solid frame rate. It's been pretty much locked at 30. Now, when we do enter a new area, you're going to see that it is going to get a little crunchy. And I didn't read what my mans was telling me back there, but yeah, when we do ter a new area, it is gonna do that shader stutter again, but then it'll smooth out. Yeah. Let's see if we can get past this guy. Okay, we're body blocked. Well, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go ahead and save. And then we're gonna check out Link Between Worlds. That's right, I ain't done Zelding. I'm Zelding. And I hope y'all are enjoying the Zeldathon. You know what they say, another game, another shader compilation. There she blows. Let's run it back. Let's see how this plays. I've actually really enjoyed this game so far. I didn't actually get to play it back on the original 3DS. But I've been messing around with it in emulation on the Thor and on this Mangmi. And it's been pretty fun. It's got a nice little art style. It's very reminiscent of Link's Awakening, and especially that the remake of Link's Awakening. It's got like that 2.5D kind of, 3D overhead vibe. Which I heard that someone made a mod for Tears of the Kingdom, I believe. That's an overhead mod. It looks pretty cool. I gotta check it out. So we're getting some of those shader stutters, per usual. Usually they, for the most part, if they last more than a couple minutes, then it might be a little bit outside of the performance range. But if they only last, you know, like 2 or 3 minutes as the game, I guess, warms up in a way. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. Don't you tell me what to do. You're not a statue in my yard. Oh, wait. Alright, let's boogie. Oh, I can't front flip. They won't let me front flip. You know what I should do, though? Lower the brightness. Because it's very saturated. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Oh, rookie mistake. So 3DS is definitely on the performance limit for this thing. So don't expect to play every 3DS game perfectly. Definitely going to be some games that are a little bit crunchy, even at 1x resolution. And you might need to do some of those hacky hacks like asynchronous shaders. And, you know, and all those other kind of workarounds. I'm a little bit of a... You know, I'm a little bit of a karate kid when it comes to 3DS. You know, I need a Mr. Miyagi to show me the ways. But, you know, once I learn the dark arts of 3DS emulation, I'll be a pro. But luckily, this is another game that's primarily single screen, and the bottom screen is just for a map. So you can enjoy it at its full, almost widescreen resolution. And I am kind of going the wrong way. There we go. And also, this is another game that even at 1x resolution, it looks pretty good. You can definitely see the kind of the crunchy lines and you know, some of the 3DS crunch. But overall, you know, it's pretty good. It's surprising for a budget handheld. You know, in that $90 price range, we're used to getting a little bit lesser performance. But this is definitely pretty impressive. But again, we are pushing it to the brink. And I would love to skip this cutscene.
Hi.
Skip that. So just as a reminder, for anyone new in the stream, welcome. And anyone watching VOD, thanks for watching VOD. We're running Zelda, A Link Between Worlds. And I'm scared. In Citra MMJ at 1x resolution. And you can see that it's a little hit and miss, a little crunchy sometimes, a little less crunchy other times. So this is definitely at the kind of performance limit that you're going to be looking at with this device. I mean, getting 3DS alone is still pretty cool. Let's go down to the depths. Ooh, we're in the deep dark. Lantern. Ka-chow. All right, what do I light? 1 lamp lit. Let's go here. All right, I vaguely remember this zone. Remember doing that, and then 1, 2. Skip to my loo. Please fight him, BB. I'm gonna fight him. I'm gonna defend your honor. Oh shit, I fell. Well, it was a good run. Back up, you little rat. Literally. And then... Man, I really gotta get out of this dungeon. It's looking crunchy dark in here. I'm also getting my ass handed to me, so that's fun. Alright, what's going on in there? Oh! Gray Ghost Infinite, for anyone who pre-ordered this, did you get hit with any kind of fees? Re-tariffs? I checked out and canceled my order because I was worried about supposed charge ruining the enticing price. I did pay a lot for shipping. I think I ended up paying like maybe $30 for shipping because I didn't realize, but I accidentally ordered 2 cases because one of them was included with the pre-order. So I ordered 2 cases plus the handheld plus a screen protector. So it came in a big old box, and it might have been a little more expensive on shipping because of that. However, I think it depends on where you live in the world, what kind of shipping it is. Usually shippers these days, if you live in the United States, they'll bill it into the shipping price. They'll build tariff fees. So shipping is usually a little more expensive because of that. If you want to get it sooner, then DHL will, you know, be a little more expensive, but you'll get the device sooner. And then other shippers like 4PX, I don't know if they offer 4PX. They might do Unexpress. I don't know. They might. If it's Unexpress, then yeah, it'll take its sweet time, but you probably won't see any tariffs. I haven't been directly billed any tariffs, and I've ordered a ton of handhelds. So if you're worried about that, it's probably just going to be built into the shipping price. Corny Puddle, you paid $15 for shipping? Sick, dude. Yeah. So maybe just for the handheld, it's $15. I don't know. It all depends. But yeah, I don't think anyone has been directly billed tariffs in quite a long time. It seems to just kind of be built into shipping prices these days. Yeah, $20 shipping. That sounds exactly right. 20 buckaroos. So it puts it a little over 100. I think then you can also get that $5 off with the email or whatever. So, I mean, yeah, more or less, it usually lands in that 100 to 120 range after shipping. But a lot of these handhelds, you're going to pay like a decent amount for shipping because that's the world we live in. Thanks to the big man up top. Just making us pay more for gaming devices and everything else. But either way, they can't make us pay more for our games. If you know, you know. Anyways. Whoa. Man, this is a long cutscene. I remember it being long, but this is just dragging. And there's no way to skip it. Brutal. I just want to fight some stuff. So once we've, once we've escaped the clutches of this cutscene, then we'll run around a little bit, fight a couple things, and then hop into another game. Oh, whoa, I forgot. Oh, no, that was a jump scare. I forgot. Rabbit Man. Ravio! The Raving Rabbit. How could I have forgotten? Corny Puddle, you want a $5 coupon? Hell yeah, dude. Sick. So you got that on top of the email discount. That's sweet. And you probably got it early bird too, maybe, right? Yeah, there's a lot of ways you can stack up discounts on these handhelds. It all just depends on like when you buy it and where you buy it from. AliExpress is doing a huge sale today for their 11/11 sale. Whatever. I think that's a big thingy thing over there. So if you're looking to get some cheap handhelds, hop over to AliExpress. Oh yeah, I've said no way to him before, and he does not leave. He doesn't take no for an answer. He will stay at your crib no matter what. So that's cool. Ravio. Thank you, good sir. Also, what up? All 19 y'all. How we doing? How are the wife? How are the kids? Hope you're having a lovely night. We're just manging out. We're just all manging out on a Tuesday after a manging Monday. Alright, let's give it a quick save. And then we'll run around a little bit. See what the frame rate's looking like. Getting some shader compilations right there. And right there. Definitely struggling a little bit here. Even post shader compilation. Still a little bit of slowage. Yeah, this is looking pretty crunchy. It like gives you hope for a second when it gives you that smoothness. It's like, oh, it might be good. And then here it's not too bad either. So, oh, it's a little inconsistent. Could also be the speed of the internal storage. I've noticed that I don't know if this is a factual statement or not, but I've noticed that the doing things on the internal storage is a little bit sluggish. It could also just be the 4 gigs of RAM too. That 4 gigs of RAM is very limiting on an Android device like this. Oh, whoa! No, don't take my money. Take anything you want, just don't take my money. Oh, that's all you wanted, huh? Oh shit. Oh. I really need to come up on some health. Technology! What up, dude? Haven't seen you in a minute, man. How you been? Mondo! Mondo! This is better than Monty. And called Monty a whole lot. And called Mordor by Zoo. Over at Retro Handhelds. Mordor Tech. Stamp that on the list. Mondo Burger. Good burger. Been living life, man. Dude, I feel that, brother. Jump off the YouTube train a little bit and just live that life, dude. Shit ain't last forever, man. That panic sound, them red hearts, damn right. You know when that panic sound kicks in, and and you just feel that urge to just find some health. just any means necessary. Is it Japan in 2 weeks? Hell yeah, dude. That's sick. I've always wanted to go to Japan. I've always been looking for an excuse to go out there, man. It looks awesome. Have you been before? And how long are you gonna be out there? Gotta spend like at least a week out there. You have like 6 half-finished videos. Just wait, dude. Join the fucking club, man. I have so many unfinished videos. That's why I've just been live streaming. It's just procrastinating. And also like just recording. This is just my way of recording footage with lovely company of some other people. So we can all check out these handhelds together, and then hopefully I have less of an excuse to not make a video. Because the footage is already here. I just gotta edit it. Dude, you'll be there for almost 3 weeks. Holy smokes. That's so sick. You're gonna have like, that's like the perfect amount of time, dude, to just really soak everything in. I'm pumped for you. Drew, what are you looking at? Never seen this thing before. This is the Mangmi Air X. It's a new budget handheld that is clocking in just under $100 before shipping, and it's pretty rad. It can run, this is the performance ceiling that we're looking at right here, is 3DS almost consistently. It really depends on the game, but like some games are a little slower than others. Also, I've noticed some weird stuff with the analog sticks. Like they're not fully consistent. They have a little bit of cardinal snapping, so there's some quality things here and there. And you can see that we got a little bit of stutter. It's not perfect 3DS emulation, but we're just kind of taking a look at what's the limit. When we push the pedal to the metal, what kind of performance can we get? And 3DS is kind of at 1x resolution, by the way. So we're not doing any upscaling. Just being able to play 3DS games alone, and like actually play 3DS games. We're not talking about the Nintendo or the Ambernic RGDS, you know, playing a small handful of 2-dimensional 3DS games. You know, we're not talking about that. We're talking about real 3DS games and playing them pretty well, albeit with a little bit of slowdown here and there. But yeah, we're not frauding. We're not frauding like Ambernic. We're not putting music over the footage so that you don't see the frame skips and frame dips. None of that mumbo jumbo hocus pocus. This is all natural, baby. This is native resolution, 1x resolution, true to the original experience. However, you do have to switch screens with a hotkey, but you can also show both screens on screen at the same time if you want to as well. They just become smaller because it's a single screen device. Anyways, I've ran around and yapped for long enough, so I think I'm gonna find a little save point, and then we'll hop over to the next system, which I would like to show you a little bit of upscaled PSP, because PlayStation Portable looks really good on here and plays really good too. We can run it at 3 to 4x resolution, and that's like 720p to 1080p resolution for PlayStation Portable games. It's pretty sick. The sticks being inconsistent would kill you. Yeah, let me show you what I'm talking about. So it's not the worst. Like they're very much pretty, like they're pretty solid sticks overall. But if you've used a device like the Anbernic RG556 with that cardinal snapping, or some other Anbernic devices, you might be familiar with the cardinal snapping issue, and also some of the other kind of small joystick nitpicks. So let me take you into the gamepad test. Let me show you what it's all about here. So you can see the LR sticks in the middle here. Now watch my right thumb. Oh, my thumb's a little busted up. Excuse the busted up thumb. Now I push it up and it's perfectly straight, and then I start to take it to the right a little bit, and there's that little gap where I can wiggle it around and it's not moving. And then it kind of moves a little bit. I can do the same on the right side. It's a little different. I can kind of wiggle it around and it's not wiggling on the gamepad test. Same at the bottom. I can wiggle my thumb. It's not really wiggling. Same on the left. So you can see I can just perfectly walk that plank. And then what I mean when I mean like inconsistent is we kind of, you see how it just kind of feels like a box on some directions. It's a little weird. It just like feels like, you see how it doesn't fully trace around that circle? It just kind of feels like a box. And then it traces the circle a little bit at the bottom. They might need to be recalibrated. So again, like, and then you see it's doing the same thing over here where it kind of locks into place. And it traces that box. And then over, you see how it's not fully going out to the corner? That's what I mean. It's just not fully, I have to really push it to get into that corner. If I push it all the way without that much pressure, then it doesn't go to the far corner. But then, so this is like just a normal push to the corner. You see how it stops? Like my thumb is literally pushing to the corner, but it's not going all the way out. And then I put some pressure into it. And then that's how much pressure you need to fully go all the way out. This is all the way out, but without pressure. And that's when I put a lot of pressure. So there's a little bit of like that kind of dead zone area in that top right. It might be a simple solve of just joystick calibration and and maybe I need to like get under the hood a little bit, but that's just it's not the worst. As you saw, we have the full gamut of motion with these sticks. Like there's I have to push a little bit in that one, so quality control isn't perfect, but and they feel really good. That's the weird part, is these feel so smooth and high quality, but they're not the highest quality and not even that great quality, to be honest, because of those kind of pockets. Now, anyways, let's hop into PSP using the PPSSPP emulator. I'll show you all this PP. Wait. Anyways, let's kick it off with God of War, Ghost of Sparta. Do we want to do Chains of Olympus or Ghost of Sparta? What's the move? 1 in chat for Chains of Olympus, 2 for Ghost of Sparta. Hit me with it. In the meantime, let's see what other games we got. We got Chinatown Wars, Liberty City Stories, Vice City Stories, Persona 3. I've been playing that on the PS2 emulator on Nether SX2. And then we also got Monster Hunter. A little bit of that other stuff here in the mix. Great Ghost Infinite. Any word on Gamma OS being in the works? I think so. I have a feeling like Gamma is working on a Mangmi Air X build. I can't confirm, but I remember something about it. One it is. Chains of Olympus. Let's check it out. I got my retro achievements hooked up, which is a really fun thing of emulation. You can link up your retro achievements and get like your classic achievement things for retro games. Now let's take a look at what specs we're running this at. We're running it at 2x resolution. Let's bump it up to, let's start at 3x 720p. If it runs great, then we'll bump it up to 4. We got no frame skipping on. None of that hocus pocus mumbo jumbo. And then we can check out cheats. And we got no cheats. That's tough. All right. Off the rip, we're going to go right back down to 2x resolution. Because that was struggling. Let's see if I have a save here. I do not. New game it is. Getting a little bit of that audio crackle.
Suffering for years, Kratos, the once great general, now known as the ghost of Sparta, had pledged himself as a champion to the gods of Olympus. In return, he hoped only to rid himself of the nightmares that haunted him for far too long. But for now, his only respite, his only relief from the sins of his past, was found in the heat of battle.
Oh, yeah.
And on this day,
man, I really wish this had a skippable cutscene. Well, let's bump up the brightness a little bit. What did I just do? So we're running this at 2x resolution? Yeah, 2x resolution. And I'm already hearing a little crunch. Let's see what happens. All right, understood. This looks fantastic for 2x resolution, not gonna lie. This looks like 720p. It's actually, I think, 540. I might just have those crunchy eyes from looking at one native resolution 3DS for the last hour. Back off. Heave. Oh, brother. This looks like a PS2 game. PSP actually upscales very well. I'm pretty surprised. That's a really great thing about these 3D consoles, is that they upscale so well. Everything just looks crispy. All right, go time. Launch it. And there's like a slight bit of frame dipping here and there, but for the most part, it's 60 FPS. Jump down. Oh, I know what happens here. Big boy. No, sir. Bigger boy. The biggest boy. And then Kratos eats him. Oh, brother. Oh yeah, okay. So it's that. Man, I'm slacking. I just need to lock in, babe. Oh. Oh no. All right, I'm really going band for band with this dude on hits here. All right, what's the muscle here? Oh. He just squished me. Why did he just squish me like that? It was so fast. It happened instantly, man. Alright, I landed a good one on him. No! Move, Kratos! Move your fat ass! Absolute wagon is weighing him down. Light work. Light work. Slap that fish silly. Amen. Slap that fish. Consider the fish slapped. Man, that fish about to make me act up. What's your name? What's your number? All right, a little bit of that frame dip crunchiness. How do I dive roll? Heave. No, unheave. Kratos Infinite, it plays this game decently. A good amount of PSP libraries completely playable. Absolutely. Like, we're playing this at 2x resolution too. A lot of PSP games can run at 3 and maybe even 4x res. It's just the really intense ones like this, you gotta lower down to 2x res. It's running pretty well. And again, like, this is a device that feels like it costs more than it does. You know, it's $90, but we're getting 2 to 4 times resolution with PSP games. A lot of those sub $100 devices, you're getting PSP at 1, maybe 2 times resolution. You know, it's really setting a new bar for budget handhelds. And then on top of that, we also have, you know, these analog sticks and the triggers and this form factor too. Everything, the screen, everything is just very impressive. It's really the complete package. So a little fun fact about Mangmi is they were, I mean, it's what's it called? Oh, I just zoomed in. Excuse me. I'm gonna zoom that back out. Oh no. There we go. Bump my camera. And it still wants to zoom on in, huh? Okay. Oh. Technical difficulty. So, anyways, Mangmi was made from, it was rumored to be formed from former Ioneo employees, I believe. So it's some pretty experienced engineers, and it shows. If that is true, it shows, because this feels like a very solid device, especially as a first handheld from a company. You know, it really feels like it's made by veterans, and you know, there's some interesting decisions for sure, like the, you know, glossy D-pad, and you know, the weird analog sticks that are great until they're not, until they have those weird kind of dead zones and all that. So, yeah, there's certain things that are clear that it's a budget device. However, it really feels like such a complete package. And especially just like having a Snapdragon chipset, even if it's a 662, having a Snapdragon chip for under $100 is pretty rad. You know, like this is a pretty compelling handheld, and I hope that it really lights a fire under some other handheld manufacturers, because Mangmi's cooking. He's cooking with this one. We were playing 3DS earlier. Even at 1x resolution, getting 3DS gameplay, that'll be a little bit crunchy here and there, is pretty cool. Means that we have a pretty solid like ceiling for performance. And I was testing out some N64 games too off stream, and those run great. It only starts to struggle with Gamecube, PS2. Those ones are a little bit more hit miss. But your classics, even like N64, Dreamcast, some Sega Saturn, all that jazz, they're pretty sweet. Upscaled PSP. Oh man, just a classic Sony scene right here, feeling on some Uncharted bullshit. Give me that. Yeah. All right. Ooh, we got a nice crunchy cutscene here. Oh boy. This is rendered at 1x resolution. That is for sure.
I bring the might of Persia and the sacrament of purification. As we speak, my basilisk cleanses this land so that it may embrace the glory of the Persian Empire. Olympus has sent a message, and I am here to deliver it.
I felt that. He said that with his chest.
So take this message back to your little gods.
What up?
It will take
all 24 y'all. How we doing? Welcome to the stream. Hope we all are having a good night, morning, afternoon, dawn, dusk. Oh man. Okay. This guy's really this guy's just a real beefcake. Holy smokes. Nope. Okay. No openings, I guess. What the? Whoa! Wait, did he just become enormous? I don't want him to become enormous again. I didn't like that. Okay, and he does it. Dude, I'm tanking it. So while this is running at 2x resolution, it feels very good, because a lot of these budget handhelds are also like sometimes at 720p. So we're running this at 540p. This is just at 2x resolution. And the screen actually just looks really good. It's got great saturation and contrast. Not the brightest display. My camera might be blowing it out a little more than it actually looks, just because I like me some colorful camera stuff. But it looks really good. This is one of the. Oh no! I love when they just squish him down like a little runt. Yeah, this is one of the best displays I've seen on a budget handheld. Oh brother, I thought it was gonna be square again. I need to lock in. I'm locked out. And locked myself out and lost the key. Come on. Stun lock. Damn it. Dude, this dude is too beefy. Alright. All right, I'm on this one. I'm on it. Okay. All right. One more.
Please, spare my life, and I will give you all that you ask. You have nothing I want.
Oh, this is personal.
Take my kingdom, my women, my gold. I won't take your riches, but I will take your life.
Yo, that's hard. He takes a chest to his head. The most bro has 2 swords on his back and chooses the most inconvenient way. It's about sending a message. All right, so I got the demon. I got demon mode now. Oh, I became the demon. I always knew I'd either die, Kratos, live long enough to kill somebody with a chest and become a demon because of it or something. So when that happens, you saw that the emulator has noticed. It gets a little framey. I think this is a save point. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Perfect. So that was running surprisingly well. I mean, a couple frame dips here and there. It's a hard to run game. This is probably the hardest PSP game that you can run next to the other God of War. But overall, pretty solid stuff. Running it at 2x resolution, about 540p. So about half of 1080p. Let's hop out of there. And let's check out maybe a little bit of... what do we say? Maybe a little bit of Vice City Stories. Some GTA action. This is going to be a little bit of a brighter game, so let's bring that down. Kratos Infinite, when he first got into the hobby, he paid $90 on Powkitty's website for an X55. Oh, brother! The X55! Yeah, man. I got an X35H recently. I think it has the same chipset, right? Rock chip 3, RK3556. It's a decent chipset. It's in the Miyu Flip and a couple others, but man, that chipset for that device, that's like huge. And can kind of run a couple N64 games. It's an interesting one. Yeah, that was really that was the era, huh?
I'll let you know.
Do I have the Wolverine games for the PSP? I don't, unfortunately.
Welcome to the 80s.
Sorry, corny. Yeah, I got the big hitters, but not much of the smaller stuff. My library, my PSP library is a little bit on the slim side. But hopefully this gets. I'm curious how this is gonna play. Oh, yeah, okay. I'm going the wrong way. Is it 1984? I'm not up on the lore. Oh. All right, just get back on it. Get back on it. So we're still at 2x resolution. We can bump this up. Let's bump it up to 3. See how that plays. Still 30. 30 locked. Let's get into some busy areas. And then let me bring up the brightness just a hair. You dumb idiot. Oh man, get a load of this stupid big old dumb idiot.
I just finished paying for this.
My man's doing backflips on the bike. My man thinks he Takes you to Nitro Circus. Oh, god damn it. And it's in the pool. And it's in the water. Well, that gives me the perfect idea. I can just take this.
I'm gonna get fired. Sorry, my apologies.
I need it. I need a pickup. Oh, you know what? Let me turn off music. I might copyright strike right there. Radio off. Please don't copyright strike me. So this is running comfortably at 30 FPS. We haven't gotten into any crazy areas yet. I think usually the downtown area can be a little heavy on the frameage. Can get a little framey. But I'm almost inclined to kick it up a notch. And we're also running this in the Vulkan backend. I don't know how much of a difference that makes on this specific chipset, but it could be a little better. All right, now that, yeah, you saw that. So it might be, this one might be a 3x resolution game.
Hey, army boy.
All right, I'm gonna spawn back in the lake here. Back in the water. Okay, yeah, we're dipping. 4x resolution, pretty crunchy. So that's 1080p at 4x. We're gonna bring it down to 3x resolution, 720p. And that's comfortably at 30 FPS. I might die as well. Oh yeah, I gotta run back to the stew. Back to the Stewby. A little bright. Bring it down. Take me to the stew. And then once we do this little mission, we'll take a little detour downtown. See how the frame rate holds up at 3x resolution. Ciao. All right, it's go time. As in going downtown. Excuse me, fellas. We've got business to take care of. I need to wreck your car. I need to ruin your property. Excuse me. Got places to be. I don't know which way is the populated area, but I'm just gonna do a 360 pop shove it, and then we're gonna back it on up, Terry. Back it on up, and then grab a different car. Just gonna let that do its thing. All right, who's got a car? Hello? You got a car.
I can't let anyone drive that.
So the performance overall in this game it's pretty rock solid at 3x resolution. Haven't noticed much slowdown. The only time we really noticed slowdown was at 4x res, which is 1080p. I mean, that's really pushing it for a budget handheld. 4x PSP resolution on a $90 handheld. It's definitely pushing a little bit. What's not that much populated over there. Pardon me. All right, we got a little bit of cops on us. That ain't good. Excuse me. Oh, I got a blast. So that explosion dropped the frame rate down a little bit. But everything else is looking pretty good. Pretty impressed. Pretty impressed with that. Let's get out of there. Now, another game that I've been playing a decent amount of was some Tony Hawk Underground 2 remix. A little bit of that Tony Hawk on PSP. For some reason, Project 8. I really like Project 8. I know that's not like everybody's favorite Tony Hawk game, but it's a really fun one. I really liked it. Just a lot of like unique stuff going on with the games. However, for some reason, the music in that game is just not working with this current version of PPSSPP. So I don't know what's the deal. I know that they updated it. It worked at one point. Let me make sure I don't get copyright struck. It worked at one point, and then in this version it doesn't. So I don't really know. However, we are gonna do no music. No music at all. No music. And then, brother, no music, please. Okay, how do I turn off music? Because it was still playing music. Let me maybe do let me maybe load in and then see what happens. Story mode. Continue. So I still want there to be some sort of like game audio. For a teammate, Chad Muska. Come on now. Big Musk, the muskrat. Your options. Nope. Game options. Sound. Okay, cool. So we got this running at, let's take a look. I think we have it running at 3 times resolution with the Vulkan backend. And at 3 times resolution, this is 720p. Feels really, really solid. I was trying to mess around with it off stream and see what the best settings are, what the best like loadout is for the smoothest, because you can see we're gonna start to get some frame dips here, like right there. And I was trying to figure out if it was a rendering thing. Caveman, a classic. Alright, so with those frame dips, I'm going to try throwing it into OpenGL. And let's see if that fixes it. I don't know if... Oh, no. Man, it's really me versus the record labels on this one. Let's go music off, music sounds, and... Ka-chow. And we're still getting those frame dips. It seems to only be when there's certain things in the background. I don't know. You can see I'm a little bit of a sweaty Tony Hawk player. Had a friend in college, didn't know I was a Tony Hawk sweat. He challenged me to a Tony Hawk off. Made him cry. No, just kidding. he was pretty upset that I absolutely smoked him. I was off a couple Smirnoff ices, and you know I had to do my thing. No holding back. when you challenge the master. However, I have when Tony Hawk the remakes first came out, I was seeing the Reddit, the subreddit of people just hucking like 3 billion combo points. It was crazy. So the frame rate's starting to smooth out a lot. That'll be a little bit of hitch here and there, but I think we're still at 3 times resolution with the OpenGL backend. Busy areas seem to really take a hit a little more than, and also sorry for the device just being pointed right at me. I was really locked in for a second. Anyways, so Tony Hawk Underground 2 plays at 3 times resolution with some slight frame dips occasionally. Pretty minor. 2 times resolution will probably smooth all that out, and it'll still look pretty good. 2 times res is 540p. I know in the modern age, 540p is something to scoff about, but still looks pretty good on this display, especially because we're playing these retro games. I'll try and point the device a little more towards the camera. All right, anyways, enough comboing around. Pretty fun stuff. Let me see. Yeah, I kind of just like ripping and dipping around in Tony Hawk. Thanks for sticking with me, everyone. All 20 of y'all. Hope you're having a great night. What else we got on the docket? So we tested out a little God of War, a little Grand Theft Auto. Let's do a little Lego Star Wars. Lego Star Wars is another game that on these budget devices can kind of get a little crunchy, even at 1 times resolution. A lot of these devices that are in the tier below this, the Mangmi Air X, in that kind of $50 to $75 range, those devices struggle to even run this game at 1 times resolution. Meanwhile, the Mangmi Air X comes in at $90, and we can probably run this at 2 to 3 times resolution. Let's find out. Again, this is my first time testing this game on this device. Had it for a few days, been noodling around with it, having some fun. I've been pretty impressed for the most part. A couple things that are definitely reminders that this is a budget device, but for the most part, there's a lot of good things going for this, and it's very, very compelling value. What are we running this at? We got this at 3 times resolution with the OpenGL renderer. So this is running at 720p. Great Ghost Infinite, you think the PS Vita is 540p, right? At most, yeah. At most. I have a couple PS Vitas, and I've done a decent amount of PS Vita emulation on other devices, and that's a crunchy device. I think 540p sounds about right. I can't imagine it's 720p. The processing would take for that would be a little above its one. Speaking of processing, man, that just hit a wall. I think this glowing effect, it's got to be the glowing effect. Yeah, that one, that renderer struggled on that. Holy smokes. Now it's just right back. Nothing happened. That glowing effect on the exhaust was crazy. This is also, speaking of crazy, this is blown out. How does that look? A little more manageable. Let's skip through this. If we can. I don't think we can. Oh no! Oh, you know what game I might have forgotten to put on here? It was Metal Gear Peace Walker. That one's a fun one to test out. But we tested out God of War, Chains of Olympus, and that was a pretty hard game to run. This one handled it pretty well at 2x res. So 540p. Same as the PS Vita, potentially. Yeah, Grey Ghost Infinite, the Switch and Steam Deck are 720p. Damn right. And the Switch sometimes underscales games. Sometimes be running games at 540p. Oh man. Yeah, it's crazy to think that the Steam Deck is 720p, huh? Still looks great though. You know, it really is just about like the device and the panel and the kinds of games it's running. So this is running pretty smoothly. I mean, we're in the contained corridor, so not a whole lot going on. Usually when you get a couple enemies on screen, then it'll start to really heat up. Oh, I forgot I mapped fast forward to this, to the right bumper. So that actually gives us a signifier that we might have a little more overhead. Let's take a look. So we're now at 4x resolution, 1080p. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Can it run it? Can it do the impossible? So this screen might look a little green on camera. It's not actually that saturated. That's just how my camera is kind of handling the colors. I tend to saturate my camera footage just because I like how things look when they're colorful. The actual screen looks very good and very normal. Like it's a very solid panel. I was actually, that was something that surprised me. This is one of the significantly better panels that I've seen on a budget device. Comparing it to something like the Retroid Pocket 4 and Pocket 4 Pro, it's really good. It's so much better than those. I don't think my Pocket 4 Pro is charged, but I'll check and maybe we can do a little side by side. Also, I'm about to lose my marbles. How do I? I'm about to lose my bread, all my bread. What do I do? Oh, I have to change, right? I don't remember this one. I don't know anything anymore. What do I do? What do I do? He keep blasting me away. Well, whatever. Yeah, this runs pretty damn well at 4x resolution. If there are some frame dips and it gets a little crunchy, then maybe just bring it down to 3x resolution, 720p. Overall, pretty solid stuff in Lego Star Wars for the PSP. Grey Ghost Infinite, thanks for hanging, dude. I really appreciate you, and appreciate you asking the questions, man. I hope you have a wonderful night or day or afternoon wherever you are. All right, now we've taken a look at the gamut of PSP games, but that's not all the games. That's not even some of the games. That's just some games. I lied. That is in fact some of the games. But I'm gonna pull up my little checklist over here, and let me see what other games I got on the docket. How's everything sounding though? How's everything looking? Y'all enjoying the stream? I hope you are, because I'm enjoying hanging with you. Now, I got a little treat for you. All right? For the real ones who made it this far, and the even realer ones checking out the VOD. I appreciate all you being here, but it's time we get serious. All right. It's time we lock in and play some Switch games. So, a disclaimer, just a general disclaimer. This is a $90 US dollar device before shipping. And we're going to try and emulate some Switch games on it. I don't know what's going to happen. This is some dark arts, dark magic. It's going to be something. Something's going to happen. Matt, you've been lurking, playing WoW. Hell yeah, dude. Go get some Z's. Catch you in the VOD. Later. Thanks for hanging, dude. All right. We're going to kick it off with a classic. A little bit of Fez. And we're going to run this one in Skyline. Because this is an older chipset, kind of a more niche, more just kind of like obscure chipset. And because it's a little bit on the older side, I'm taking the emulation back to the olden days and starting with some you know, just Eden was giving me trouble, and Citron was also a little bit like not really playing the games too well, but Skyline was surprisingly solid. So we're going to play a little bit of Fez. We'll see how this looks and plays. Oh no. I thought I saved. Whatever. Just let that load up. Check out chat. At least, let's go. Don't do it, Harry. All right, here we go. Let's see how this runs. It's a bright old game. Now, one downside of Skyline is do not press the back button. Don't press the back button. It'll quit out of the game. I don't know if there's a way to remap that, but Skyline just quits out of the game when you click the back button. So we're not going to do that. Even though now that I mentioned it, I want to do it even more. But I'm not gonna. Because I can show restraint. Even if I'm thinking about it. Maybe I just... Nope. Alright, spoiler alert. If you haven't played past the first 30 seconds of Fez, this is what happens. Sorry I spoiled it for everyone. Sorry I spoiled the 15-year-old game. I didn't mean it. This is a really fun game, though. It's very vibey. It's like a super chill Metroidvania kind of thing. It's got some fun mechanics to it, too. Alright, I get it. And here's the moment of truth. This is when the event horizon occurs. This is the singularity. This is when everything changes in the universe. Little bro gets his Fez. And now I can control the third dimension. When I first played the game, I thought I broke it. When that happened, I thought I broke the game. And then that happened, and I was like, oh, it's still broken. Okay, I messed up. I broke my game. Another game that I was playing when I was first playing Fez on a small little like kind of netbook thingy back in the day was I was also playing this game called Fate, and it was like a Diablo clone dungeon crawler. It's a really fun game. I ended up finding it on sale on a Steam sale somewhat recently, past like year or two. Yeah, real fun games. This one and then Fate. All right, so we got the prism showing me the way. Getting a little bit of audio crackling. It seems like we're not quite hitting that 60 FPS here. The one thing about Skyline is I don't know if there's a way to downscale games. So that's the interesting thing. Is it's kind of like full resolution or none at all. But it runs games surprisingly well on these kind of more dusty chipsets. Like I was using Skyline a lot on the RG556, the Ambernic RG556 with the Unisoc T820 chipset. What's going on in here? I see a looking device. Not much else. What else we got? And it seems like now that like a good amount of the level has kind of cached to an extent. Seems like it might be running a little smoother. We'll find out. Hovering around 40 to 60 FPS on average. So your usual indies are pretty decent. It's probably a lot more miss than hit though. Veti, is it more powerful than the RP Classic? I don't know. I don't think so, to be honest. The RP Classic has a newer Snapdragon G1 chipset, I believe. So I've noticed that one can run emulators like Dolphin and some like light PS2 games, and it can run things a little more consistently than the Mangmi Air X. The Mangmi Air X has a Snapdragon 662, which is a significantly bigger number, but it's also significantly older, so it doesn't really mean much. It's just an older chipset. So it's a little more limited than the Retroid Pocket Classic. Now, one thing about the Pocket Classic, though, is that I don't think that they have ever sold any more of the $99 tier after that one batch. I think that it was just a way for them to, in a way, market it as $99 when in reality, full price is what, $120? Somewhere around there. I love the RP Classic. You can actually see one in the corner there. It's a fantastic device. It's shockingly powerful. I wish it had an analog stick because of how powerful it is. But overall, and with that OLED screen, it's a really lovely device that was absolutely a home run. I wish that more people actually got it. I think that it's a little bit of a big handheld, so it's kind of a niche device. But in terms of raw power, I think that the Classic is probably a bit more powerful. I haven't actually checked the raw numbers, but just from my general emulation experience, I think that the Classic is more powerful. The Mangmi Air X, though, is still a very compelling handheld under $100, though. This, I really think, kind of sets a new standard for just the complete package at that $90 price tier. A lot of other handhelds have either, you know, had the performance but lacked in other areas, or had, like, you know, the ergonomics and the screen but haven't really had the performance. This is more or less the complete package. So I've been pretty satisfied with this. I think this is an easy recommend. Especially for, like, if you're a fan of horizontal handhelds, then the classic is a bit of a hard sell. Go time. So you can see that after that first couple minutes of gameplay, it really smoothed out. I'm curious if we'll see if these newer areas of levels will continue that smoothness. But man, Fez is a really charming game. Such a calming vibe. Really fun if you're into, like, puzzle platformers and Metroidvanias, those kinds of things. Especially, like, the super non-linear ones, where it's essentially more of an exploration game than it is a like, you know, action mission-based game. This is just all about exploring around and enjoying the vibes. Vedi, this is Fez, F-E-Z. Check it out. It's on Switch. It's on PS Vita. It's probably on a couple other. I know it's on Windows too, so you can probably get it on Steam. Corny Puddle, you can't wait for yours to show up. Yeah, dude. Yeah, it will absolutely slay your PSP library. 100%. This thing can run pretty much... It will run absolutely every PSP game at 1x resolution. And I'm assuming 99.9% of them at 2x resolution, given that we were running God of War earlier. And then even 3 and 4x resolution too, man. Like, that is... It's gonna be a vibe. And it's shockingly comfortable too. Like, again, I'm talking about this handheld being the complete package. It really is. It's got similar ergonomics to the Retroid Pocket 5. And I'd say slightly better than the Pocket 4 Pro, in my opinion. It's got these ergonomic grips on the back. So they're very similar to the Pocket 5, where they're not, like, super thick, but they provide just enough for your fingers to kind of just wrap around them. And look at how curved this all the corners are on this device. Meanwhile, the game is just crunching up, just struggling in this new area here. Yeah, loading in the new area is definitely not its strong suit. But yeah, you can see everything is just really curved. It's very ergonomic. I've been very satisfied playing games on it. Now, I think we're at 33% battery, and we've been streaming for about 2.5 hours. We started more or less at full battery, and we've been playing some heavy hitters, a lot of 3DS, and then we were playing some upscaled PSP games, some Android games. So all of those combined, and we've used up about 2/3 of the battery in 2.5 hours. So that puts us around like 3.5 to 4 hours of battery at in more or less maximum full throttle scenarios. Pretty solid. Again, this is all for a budget handheld. So you kind of got to like you kind of got to think of it in that way, because then things get more impressive when you realize what it's up against. Very unfortunate there. A very unfortunate crash. Let's hope that autosave did its auto-saving. But yeah, when it comes to Switch emulation, we have 4 gigabytes of RAM on here, so that might be a bit of a bottleneck when it comes to stability and avoiding crashing. You know what we're gonna do? Just to really be extra safe, is we're gonna clear all, hop back in here, and load it back up. Let's see if that works. Corny Puddle, do I have any lightweight GameCube to test? I do. And we'll check that out in a second. Yeah, let me show you a little bit of this Fez, and then I'll try and load up a couple other Switch games. So maybe we'll test some GameCube in like 10-15 minutes. Obligatory first crash. And then let's see if it loads up. I just want to see if the autosave worked, because that would kind of be a bummer if it didn't. Yeah, Switch emulation is definitely the full throttle that this thing can handle. And it is getting a little hot, but not as hot as I was expecting. It's warm. It's not like hot. So that's pretty cool. Oh, bummer. So lost all that progress even with the autosave and everything. That's a bummer. Might be something with Skyline, actually. I don't know. Hey, that stinks. Let me see if Picross has my save. Because if Picross didn't keep my save either, then it might be something with Android 14. Okay, Picross kept my save. It kept a single thing. That might be the first. This might be another internal save thing with the Android 14. Let's see. Let's do a little bit of a test here. We're gonna do a live test and see if we're gonna do two quick levels of Picross, quit out, and then we'll load it back up and see if it saved our progress. Because Skyline might not work with Android 14. It might not save well, just like what we were experiencing earlier with Hollow Knight Silksong. Earlier in the stream, we were playing Silksong and it wouldn't save after the first save because Android 14 has like a weird permissions thing. So that's kind of part of the loadout you get with this device is you get Android 14. And I honestly I haven't been too much of a fan of Android 14 on here. It's been very limiting and pretty tough. All right, let's take a look. Quit out, load it back up. Okay, so that kept those saves. Now it's hard quit. Yeah, so maybe it was just a Fez problem. Picross S. Load me up. All right, and it saved those saves. So it was just a Fez problem. Unlucky. Definitely a bit of a bummer. But yeah, Fez is still a fun game. Might be a little bit of a save bug. I don't know. Might have to figure that out. But either way, we got some Picross. Picross obviously works very well. It's the simplest of simple games. We also got Hollow Knight. We were checking out the Android port of that earlier. Let's do a little bit of Celeste. Off the rip. Okay, it's the frame rate's a little wonky. Off the bat here. Now this is really gonna highlight the D-pad here. So this D-pad is a little quirky, right? It's got that glossy finish to it, very glossy, and also it's not the most precise feeling. I mean, it is and it isn't. It has a lot of travel to it. It's just a very unique D-pad. You can see how it has the glossy finish and it has a ton of travel, but it's like not, it's mushy, but it's also like kind of firm feeling. It's a little weird. Weird D-pad, not the best, not the worst. The buttons I'd consider a little bit better. They're pretty nice buttons overall, all things considered. Let's slam it up. Can I do a star? Animal Crossing lets me do a star. Where's my star? No star. All right, it's go time. Let's celeste it up. This is it, slime. This is your time to slime. Corny puddle. The glossy feel of the D-pad is the one thing you're worried about. It depends on how particular you are with your D-pads. It's a good D-pad overall, and it's something that I've kind of gotten used to for the most part. It's the exact same texture as the buttons, so it all kind of feels pretty consistent. But it definitely is a weird feeling at first. It's a weird D-pad they chose. And the triggers and bumpers also have just a glossy finish. So it's just a glossy handheld overall. Not too many textures going on anywhere. It's a choice. It's definitely a choice. I'd say for a budget handheld, there's going to be certain things that are just, you know, a little weird. But, yeah, the D-pad, I'd say, is definitely near the top of the list of just kind of confusing decisions. It's really not that bad, though. I'm kind of talking from a reviewer standpoint. From a casual enjoyer of handhelds, they might be fine for you. I got this evil grandma. Yucking it up. Keep yucking it up. Meanwhile, I am going to learn how to control time. And, wait, no. Boosters. Control my booster feet. This cable is bothering me. It's very unsymmetrical. I'm gonna lock it in. I'm gonna lock it in between my cheeks. Right off camera. There we go. See, you can't see what I'm doing. It's right there. It's just tucked in. Anyways. All right. The moment of truth. A little brighter. A little darker. And then to finish the vibe, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna do a little bit of this. Let me see how this looks. That's a little dark. Man, it's hard filming a white handheld. All right, here's what we're gonna do. We're going to open this up. We're gonna make these blue. Look at that. Blue lights. Save. And then hop back in the stew. So now we got the ice blue analog sticks. And now we can truly play like a real gamer. I will say this glossy D-pad does not feel great in Celeste. I feel like it feels like a realistic icy scenario. It's not exactly a pleasant feeling. Kind of feels like my thumb is just slipping around. scoot on over here. However, these triggers and bumpers are extremely comfortable. That's one thing that I've been very happy with, is the overall shape and ergonomics of pretty much the entire device. Even the D-pad is like pretty solid ergonomically. It's just a weird design with that glossy finish. And I guess the like dome switch that they use underneath or something. I don't know. It's just an interesting D-pad. However, ergonomically, this device is really good. Alright, I mean, Celeste is running perfectly, and this is at native resolution too. This is for the Switch, running in Skyline. A little bit of an older emulator, but I found better success running games in Skyline compared to Eden and Citra and the newer emulators that are kind of designed for newer handhelds and like more modern handhelds, I guess. Oh no. Oh. Yeah. Alright. Let's get a little quirky. Oh no. Alucard, welcome back, dude. How you doing? Cable Crag is the best. It looks very comfortable to hold. Yeah, Courtney. Yeah. It is it's really nice. I wish that there was a little more texture to the handheld overall. It's a very glossy handheld, but shape-wise, it is really good. It's very, very well-designed handheld overall. I'm really happy with it, and I think that for a $90 handheld, like they've done a lot of things right with the Mangmi Air X. To come out of the gate with this handheld, it's really a statement. I hope that it lights a fire under some other handheld manufacturers like Ambernick and I mean maybe Powkitty. Like, let's be honest, where are they? Maybe they're just like planning the biggest comeback of all time. But yeah, Ambernick has been focused a lot more on kind of just like they've just been on a weird path lately with like making their handhelds more expensive and choosing weird chipsets and stuff like that with the RGDS. They've just kind of been doing stuff a little weird lately. So I hope that newer handheld makers like Mangmi and even other ones like Magic X and XU Retro, I hope that they're all kind of, you know, keeping the fire lit. You know. All right, once we get through this level, I'll hop out. All right, maybe one more level. I don't know if you can tell, but I do like Celeste. I do indulge in a little bit of puzzle platforming. I partake. All right, now we have done the Celeste test. It is passed with flying colors. Alucard, you have to admit you never played Celeste. Hey, listen. I'm not here to say what games are and aren't must plays, but if you do like puzzle platformers or Metroidvanias or anything that has platforming elements, then Celeste is a good one. It's a very, very solid overall game. We can also, okay, so one more game that's a little outside of this performance tier is Dave the Diver. Dave the Diver, I just kind of want to show you guys that there are some games that are just a little above this performance tier, and even simple games like Dave the Diver are in that zone. They're just a little outside, and you'll see what I mean. and it's even like it's a 2D game, but it's this is a budget handheld with a budget chipset. So there's gonna be some games that just you know, might not work in the Switch catalog, and by some I mean quite a few. If we ever get past this loading screen. I'm curious if it kept my my autosave. I think I was trying to get it to run in some different emulators. I tried Eden. I tried a bunch of games in Eden, Citra, and Skyline. I didn't mess around with Sudachi or Yuzu or any of that. All right, let's take a look. I might be through the first fishing segment. I don't know at what point it auto-saved. But I know it auto-crashed. Let's see, can we load this up? There's just a missing title key. Unlucky. Alright, come on, Dave the Diver. Give me Switch games. I do like this blue and orange combo though. This is it's pretty nice. I haven't actually tried this before stream. Just figured I'd show you guys the RGB analog sticks. They're very nice RGB too. Check this out. Try and cover some of the light here. They're like very consistent and smooth. It's like really solid RGB. Again, this handheld, this just does a lot of things right. And it's pretty solid. It's a complete package. All right, we're gonna give it one last whirl. Come on, Dave. Let me see it. Let me see you dive. Oh, and you dived and crashed. Dave the Diver. Unfortunate. Let's pop into Citra. Let's try so Persona 5 Royal. Your ROM is encrypted. So unfortunately my title keys are not compatible. That one didn't work. But let's try Dave the Diver. Ragnar Mobile, will HD 2D games work on this? Are you talking like you're talking about the like Octopath Traveler and a Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster, or the HD 2D remaster, like the 2.5D ones? I don't know if they'd work because those engines can be a little hard to run. I think but if you're talking about like truly 2D games, then they might. I would pretty much only say that 2D games run on here, and I wouldn't even say most 2D games run on here. It's really just a complete shot in the dark. Tactical cat extraction. The cat has been tactically extracted. At the cost of cat hair everywhere. All right. Let's see. Oh no. How are you shedding this much? It's winter. How we all doing? All 17 y'all. How are we doing? Hope y'all are having a wonderful evening. Or morning. Or afternoon. Okay, so you can kind of get an idea here just with that input lag alone that this is not going to be pleasant. Let's hop in. This thing is pushing the entire device to the brink. All 4 gigabytes of that RAM is working. And these loading screens are also loading. That is for damn sure. Holy smokes. Yeah, when you're seeing sub 10 FPS on a loading screen, I don't know about this one, fellas. I don't know about this. This one might not be too hot. When you're getting a 60-second loading screen. All right, we'll give it another 10 seconds and then it'll crash. And look at that. All right. Well, unfortunate there, but I think that's enough Switch games. Let's hop over and check out a little bit of Gamecube. So we're going to load up Dolphin. And let's load up Mario Kart Double Dash. And I'm going to go turn on a cat toy to keep my cat occupied while we game. I'm going to turn on her game. For a gaming family here. Everybody gets games. Alright, what's going on here? This is really, I was really struggling for a second there. Alright, let me see if I got the right keys mapped and everything. Okay. A, B, X, Y. Okay, I gotta remap some keys. Let's let me just remap a little something here. GameCube input, standard controller. Make sure I got my default profile on. Yeah, I was trying out the whole I was trying out the Xbox layout up here, where you can either do Switch or Xbox. So I was trying out the Xbox layout where it puts A at the bottom, and you can actually see a really fun thing about this device is they did a 2-for-1 up here. They did the Nintendo layout of buttons with A on the right and X on the top, but then they did the Xbox colors with green on the bottom and yellow on top. So you can see the green A button and the red B button, and then the green, the blue and yellow buttons over there. So you get a little 2-for-1 where you get the colors of the Xbox buttons, but the actual buttons of a Nintendo layout, which is cool. I like that little pizzazz there. But we're gonna stick to the button layout of Switch, and then hop back into Mario Kart Double Dash. And I got some different like, widescreen patches and stuff like that going on, just to kind of really showcase what we can do here. And if you ever want to learn how to add widescreen patches and upscale GameCube games on Android, I actually made a tutorial video on that, so you can check that out on my channel. And you can subscribe for more tutorials. Right now I'm actually writing up a little tutorial on getting Fallout 4 running on the Ein Thor, because TechTweet just posted a very helpful tip that actually fixed a big problem I was having. So now I can actually make the tutorial and show everyone how to fix that problem thanks to TechTweet. But yeah, it was pretty cool. I was testing it out earlier. Let's do 100 cc's. And then let's do the Dream Team. Sherbet Land. It's time to lock in. It's time to lock in, fellas. You already know what time it is. Now, before we get into this, let's take a look at what we're working with. We got the OpenGL backend. We're running this at 1x resolution, 640p. 2x native resolution is 720p. So 1x native resolution, that's what's that? What's half of 720? 360p. But it's a weird, I don't know what it's doing with the other numbers. Either way, it looks pretty good at 1x resolution, and you're not going to be able to upscale above that with this chipset. You'll probably not be able to get full speed with most games at 1x resolution, but we'll see what we can do here. All right. Let me remember how to play. Every Mario Kart game has controls differently. That's the craziest part from like switching around Mario Kart games is Double Dash is very much about like anticipating your next move. So like steering far in advance, it's so slippery. It's such a slippery game. Steering in advance, drifting in advance. Probably hitting yourself with a green shell. Yep. Mario Kart DS just controls so good. I love how DS controls. I don't know what's going on here, but I'll drop that behind me. So we're getting like 40 FPS. A little lower than we want to be. And we got some hacks on too, so there might be a better emulator like a Dolphin MMJ or some better settings that we can use. But in regular Dolphin with just some standard like widescreen patches and performance tweaks and stuff like that, it's a little lower than I want it to be. I might take a look at the emulator details to try and smooth this out. This is also a very busy level. Oh brother. Oh brother. I'm losing my marbles. Yeah, let's do a little quick save, quick load here. Hop out of there. And then check out graphic settings, Vulkan backend. Oh, I did some specific ones for this. Let me try the Vulkan backend because we have OpenGL. Let's do Vulkan. We have our regular specialized. And then we also have compile shaders before starting. Nice. What else do we have? Hacks. Got a bunch of hacks going on. BBI skip. To help that lower frame rate kind of feel smoother. Now let's load back in. Drop us right back in the level. Alright, we're still getting around 40 something FPS. Feeling a little smoother, but I think we're looking for 60 FPS. Such a slippery game. Oh no. Slippery game on a slippery level. Oh, brother. Ain't no way I'm getting that podium. Oh no. Oh yeah. Oh, it's dub season. Rats. Excuse me. I lost control a little bit there. Blacked out. Anyways, so that's Mario Kart. I could probably change some settings to optimize it a little better, but it's you know, that's the kind of stuff that you have to do with this level of emulation and with this level of performance. Now, let me grab a little power cable because we're at 13% right now. And this device might be feeling it. This handheld might be feeling that 13%. 19%. Never mind. But very impressive, the battery life so far. We've been streaming for a little over 3 hours. Started at about 100%. And now we're at 20. So that means that realistically you're looking at 3.5 hours maybe with high-end performance, including 3DS, Switch, upscaled PSP, and some native Android games and a little bit of Gamecube at the end there. Now let's load up. Let's check out maybe a little bit of Paper Mario, perhaps. Could do better Wind Waker. I forgot to load up the I meant to do that with the widescreen patch. King Kalos. It was almost 50, maybe PAL version. It might have been the PAL version. It might have been the PAL version or defaulting to that kind of thing. Maybe. It was running all right. It was definitely a little bit laggy in the inputs and all that stuff. Hopefully Paper Mario a little smoother. I think I might have widescreen patches. Let me see if I can enable some widescreen stuff here. Edit cheats. Let's see if we have... Okay, cool. So we have widescreen 16:9 aspect ratio. Let's see if this works. This is I actually used Paper Mario for my tutorial on how to upscale and do widescreen Gamecube games. So hopefully it works. I did it a little differently on this one. I just kind of used the built-in cheats and all that stuff just to kind of get as much setup for the before the stream as possible. Nice, it imported my save from my Retroid Pocket 5. Alright, what are we looking at? Oh, it doesn't let me do the twirly twirl from the Paper Mario 64. This is looking pretty good. The frame rate is a little inconsistent. Kind of hovering around 40 to 50. I have a feeling like some more demanding areas might really push it down to the 30s, like we're seeing here. Kind of seeing that 30s, mid 30s. So this might be a device, yeah, like King Kalos is saying, it might be a device that's better with PAL ROMs because they run at 50 hertz or 50 FPS instead of 60 natively. Is it possible to thermal throttle if the fan is on silent? I found the fan to be pretty loud on silent, so I haven't been too inclined to throw it on, you know, an extreme, but we can throw it on extreme and see if it holds up. Might do a little better. I've just found the fan to be just extremely loud at a baseline. That's another thing about this device, actually, is the fan is pretty loud. It's definitely struggling to you know, keep itself cool. It's a Snapdragon chipset. A lot of Snapdragon chips run a little spicy. Who's this old man? Enclosed areas, yeah, we're looking at the very consistent frame rate, just in a place that okay, wait. Mario. It's pronounced Mario. No, let's try and get out of this area and see what happens. Those gigantic muscles. You must be Mario. Oh, I know this guy. Join my team. Join my team, brother. That is very goofy that a Mario game had an email mechanism in it. Check your Mario phone. Mario, check your Palm Pilot. I tried to hit your beeper. Alright, this guy got no sun here. Mr. Mustachio. How do I get out of here? I'm doing a lot of talking in this neighborhood. I'm trying to do some, like, fighting or something. I really just want to see what happens when you fold up into paper airplane. Hello. Maybe we can backtrack a little bit. Try and get some more stuff to happen on screen. But yeah, even in this like kind of hub area, we're getting a 40 to 60 FPS. Back here looked like a 60. All right, how are we doing here? Not too bad. Oh no, I flubbed that one. Whoopsie. So this is Paper Mario, the 1000-Year Door, running at native resolution with some widescreen hacks. Oh, I picked the wrong one. With a widescreen hack on. This isn't a remake or any of that jazz. Let me switcheroo. So that's weird. It's like off just a little bit of a. I think that's probably part of the widescreen patch that I'm using. It's probably not centering the things. Overall, this is running pretty decent, though. It's definitely playable. I think this is another game, system in general that just needs some TLC, needs some tweaks. But you can get some games running, and this is a 1080p screen, so this looks really nice. It's very colorful, it's very saturated. That's pretty good. even at native resolution, like this looks very solid. I'm almost inclined to say this is... No, this is native resolution. It's just so damn good looking. Oh no! Oh no! I fell for the trap. I fell for the trap. Kablow. And then defend. Oh, I should have appealed. And defend was a good move too. Okay, nice. Let's do a little save state and then get out of here before I get too deep into the mix. So Paper Mario runs pretty nice. It's definitely like an RPG game that doesn't need as much horsepower as something like Mario Kart, even though Mario Kart's probably pretty well optimized. But in the spirit of trying to go full throttle, let's check out Burnout 2. See if this runs. And actually, before we jump in, let's see if there's a widescreen patch sheet that's already preloaded. I always like checking these cheats just to see what's available. No, nothing there. So we'll just run it in the regular 4x3. Philip Numas, you can't get over how emulation for N64 and onwards always tends to have audio stutters. Yeah. See, that's the thing, is like Nintendo just always had a weird thing with doing things their way, especially when it came to 3D consoles and that kind of thing. Like the N64 was just a very weird system to develop for, and then because they were all trying to figure out 3D and how to even render 3D and make 3D work. And then the GameCube had those tiny discs, so they were just cramming so much in there, and who knows, what kind of dark magic they were cooking up on that thing. Probably a lot of people know, but I don't. But yeah, the GameCube is a challenging system to emulate. GameCube and PS2. We're starting to delve into that next generation with these budget handhelds. So we're obviously going to start to see some crackles and some unfortunate stuttering. All right, Manyo. And then what we're gonna do is turn music off in case there's any copywritten music. All right, let's rip it. Per usual, we're running this in Dolphin at 1x resolution, so this is the native resolution of GameCube. We're gonna see how it plays, see how it rips. Burnout 2. I'm a big fan of Burnout 3 Takedown. I think that's Burnout 3, right? Just a lot of fun stuff. In the Burnout series.
2, 1, go!
Alright, let's rip it. What's the full throttle? Do I have nitrous or something? Oh, brother. Oh, brother. It's boring. I knew it. How do I just play? How do I just play a? Can I just play a match or something? Oh, brother. I don't have it in me to go through the tutorial. This is supposed to be a racing game, man.
3, 2, 1, go!
Just punch it. You know what we gotta do? Turn that brightness up. Alright, this is really killing me. I'm not gonna lie. It seemed like it was running alright, but it was just taking forever to get through that. I think I started playing Metroid Prime on here. I don't remember. Let's see how Metroid Prime runs. Is this gonna be another 20-minute cutscene? I'm looking at you, Okami. No, that's Samus. You gonna show up anytime now, any second. Land on that thing. It can't be. Is it? It is. The bounty hunter. Samus Aran. Come on, park it. Yeah, we're getting like 20 FPS in this cutscene. This ain't looking too hot, fellas. We gotta see 30 or 60. Come on now. There she blows. She's so badass. I like when they do widescreen on on the 4:3 frame and it just looks like a little window. The quintuple flip. She did it. She did the thing. Yeah, this might not run too well. We'll find out as soon as we can actually control her. But 25 FPS in a cutscene, it's not too promising. I'm almost inclined to say this might not be a Gamecube device. Yeah, this is very slow. Not gonna lie. Very sluggish. It almost feels like you're just trying to like really heave and haul her into looking and doing things. Got that super moon physics going on here. Moving in slow motion. Yeah, this is rough. Let's do a little let's try switching it to a different renderer. And if that doesn't work, then it's cooked. Let's try OpenGL. It's usually a good something to try. If one renderer is not working, then it's always a good idea to try the other one. Load her up. So we were getting around 20 to 30 FPS with OpenGL, and it's looking pretty similar with the other one. I almost thought it was gyro for a sec. Yeah, okay. Okay. It's looking like a very crunchy brother. Not too good. Metroid Prime needs some work, or needs some like underscaled resolution or something like that. So with that not working, I'm not sure that Wind Waker will work out that much either, but we'll give it a final shot, and then we'll check out a couple PS2 games. How's everyone doing? Hope y'all are having a good night, or morning, or daybreak, or dusk, or dawn, or whatever's going on. So I got a little mod going on here. It's called Better Wind Waker mod. And you can change the color scheme of stuff, and you can add a bunch of quality of life improvements, all that jazz. Oh, nice. It's got my save. Cool. Now, I did forget to... I don't think I enabled the 16:9 patch for Better Wind Waker, but I did enable the stick to be in the correct direction, not inverted. And let me just lower the brightness a little bit. Oh, it's looking pretty good. Looking a little blown out on camera, but you know the deal. That's just how the camera's looking at it. Looks very good and like very... I know it looks very oversaturated on camera, but IRL, to my eyeballs, it looks pretty good. Looks like very, very much just a quality screen. And it's running surprisingly well. I mean, a little bit of hitching here and there. Might have to switch the renderer if this continues to struggle around that 30 FPS. But feeling solid. Let's try and go to another island. I'm actually kind of surprised at how well this is running. Let's cruise, and then what do we gotta do? Gotta do this. And then which way do I go? Let me see. Oh no, that's not what I meant to do. Maybe the Wind Waker? Okay, and where's my map? Where's the map? No map? No problem, that's what I've always said. Never mind. Never mind. I take that back. It's too soon to venture in that direction. Took the words right out of my mouth. That's what I was gonna say. King Cal is having your morning coffee. Let's go. Yeah, man, for the price, the performance here, you get a decent gamut of games that and systems that you don't really get on other devices. Okay, what's going on here? How do I put it away? I wanna see what's going on here. I think I've been here before in my previous playthrough. I was playing it on the Retroid Pocket. Oh, whoopsie doodles. I was playing it on the Retroid Flip 2. So we're getting a little bit of crunchy frame rate there. But I know that down here, we're gonna enter their ship, and then there will be a big old battle. Let's see what happens. Preemptively raising brightness. All right, here we go. Let's throw down. That's right. I'm pillaging. Give me all your rats. Oh, never mind. Come on. Oh, I can't just break barrels. Oh, I have a sword and I can't break barrels. That checks out. Well, I'm out of here. Let's hop back on the ocean. What's the... Yeah. I have no idea where I'm supposed to go. What do I do? Okay. I know now. I understand it now. Maybe this way? This seems like an island. Where I need to go. Okay, we're getting a little bit of frame dip in there.
Hey.
That's it. Hell yeah. Alright, Spudgy. Let's get to it. Spend a little money. And then we'll spend a little money and then we'll get we'll see what we can cook up. What you got? You got bait, you got pear, and you got more bait. Out of here. See you never. Well, flub that one. Oh no, they're gonna eat me. I'm gonna beat them up. All right, so this has got a little bit of framey in certain battles and stuff like that. Definitely a way. There definitely should be a way to kind of squeak out that little bit extra performance. What's the thingy thing here? What do I do? Nope, that ain't it. Tactical cat extraction. The cat has been extracted. Okay, so I need to grapple. Cat came back. All right. We need to grapple on that, and then what do I do? Ka-chow. Man, these games were clunky. And then meanwhile, I gotta dip, dive, dodge, duck, and dive. Now what do I gotta do here? I gotta bounce it back. And then grapple back up here. And then we enter the tree. And then here's where this whole scene is just an absolute trip. We'll probably quit out and check out a couple PS2 games, because this whole thing is just going to be an absolute mess. I feel like not only frame rate wise, but just in terms of chaos, this is where you're going to get it. How do I get up? How do I get up there? Maybe there's a vine or something. Oh, grapple hook. What am I doing? Probably grapple to something. Huh. Well, it was a good run, but I'm out of there. So that's a little bit of taste test of Dolphin. I could definitely do some better, optimization on some of those games, but that's kind of what you can expect from Dolphin. It's like almost good, but it's there's still some, a lot of tweaking that you got to do. So let's check out a couple PS2 games and then we'll wrap things up. Now, first up, I've been trying to play Simpsons Hit and Run and struggling with that. Let's load it up. Tactical screen wipe. Boom. Oh, I need to remap my controls, huh? Classic. So much cat hair. Alrighty. Controller port 1. Boom. Done. Now let's run it. So as you can see, it runs at a glorious 30 out of 60 frames per second. We got red numbers in the corner, and red just an unfortunate frame rate here. And everything is, all these cables are getting tangled. Yeah, so even in the main area here, when there's not that much going on, it's just not holding up. Now, we are running this in the Vulkan backend, so we can try switching that to OpenGL. See if it makes it any more playable, and it really doesn't. It improves the FPS by a couple frames, maybe. But that's not enough to make this solid. And we're at 1x resolution too, so there's not much lower we can go until we maybe do some like underscaling, and then it would just look really ugly. Get a bunch of particles on screen, and we're still at that 30 to 40 FPS. I would not consider this playable. I don't know about you. I don't know if you're a masochist or something, but or you just don't perceive slow motion. But this ain't cutting it. So that's Simpsons Hit and Run at 1x resolution and Nether SX2. It's not really doing so hot. So with that said, 1x resolution and Simpsons Hit and Run, I think it's safe to say that Shadow of the Colossus probably doesn't run well either. You know, it does run pretty well so far. Shin Megami Tensei, Persona 4, Persona 3. I didn't actually try playing too much of Persona 4. I was really trying to play some Persona 3, just because I haven't played Persona 3 that much before. So we're just gonna load in, and hopefully get into a battle soon, because I think we're pretty close to it. I was trying to skip through all the cutscenes earlier, just to try and get to a general battle area. But some games like this, like certain JRPGs, can run really well. Yeah, 60, 30, 60 FPS. Whatever full frame is up there. Full speed.
Let's go.
Alright, let's try and get out of here. We're on the second floor. We got to keep going up. It's the only way. Go to the rooftop and then we battle. And I do believe there's a little battle soon on the rooftop. I played some of the PlayStation Portable version because it's pretty easy to run on other handhelds, usually budget devices.
What?
Yeah. That's a persona. That's a persona enemy right there.
Those monsters. We call them shadows.
Trigger warning. Oh, she couldn't summon her persona. And then he does. Another trigger warning, by the way. Look away.
Go on.
Go time. Summon that persona. King Kalos, any other collaborations planned? Not right now. I just did a podcast with Save State, Too Loud Tech last week. Just a little podcast with them, like hanging out with those guys. Outside of that, no other things planned. I was thinking about hitting up Cypher to do like maybe a little ROM hacking video or something like that. Just because I figured that's like, he loves ROM hacks, I love ROM hacks, so maybe I might hit him up once I get around to doing that one. But nothing hard planned right now. Always around to do like podcasts and stuff like that. So if the retro handheld guys hit me up or Save State wants to do another one, then I'm always down to rip a podcast. Those are easy enough to do. But I got to work through a big backlog of videos and tutorials and reviews. I got a couple of reviews I'm working on right now. You're looking at one of them. So. Yeah, you know, we'll see. I'm always open to collabing with people though.
As we suspected.
So, TBD. Stay tuned. It's always fun collaborating with people. Yo! This is sick. This is so much cooler than the PSP version. This just looks insane. I'm gonna skip through that, as entertaining as that is. Summon it, summon it. All right, battle time. I think it's battle time. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Brighten that up. Orpheus. Morpheus. Drinking a 40. Here we go. All right, let's see if it holds up. All right, a little crunch there. The soundtrack is banging in this game, though. The soundtrack is so good. Tank the hits, tank the hits. Oh damn! I'm getting a cheese clap right now. Oh no, it's a physical attack. God damn it! It uses health as HP. I've never been a fan of the physical attacks in Persona. I feel like they're so risky. High risk, medium risk, low reward type shit. Level up. Nice. Agi, there we go. That's the fire attack. So JRPGs are actually going to be probably more consistently playable on here, as opposed to like the action adventure or platformer games. A lot of those like 3D platforming games from this generation might be a little tough to run. Meanwhile, the JRPGs are actually a lot more optimized and are more focused on storytelling. Meanwhile, they might be more they might be easier to run overall. So I'd definitely say check out some JRPGs on here. I know they were showing off, I think Dragon Quest. Mangmi was showing off Dragon Quest. I don't know how well that one runs. I was just checking out Persona. Persona 3 FES here.
I see that power.
And Persona 4 probably runs on the exact same engine, so I'd imagine that Persona 4 runs just as well. Persona 4 Golden on PS Vita. This one doesn't run PS Vita. This handheld PS Vita is just a little too powerful for this. So, Persona, big nose. You could land a plane on that nose. Damn, how many hot dogs you hiding in that nose, boy? Damn, boy, my brother got a machete for a nose. God damn. My man's chopping through the rainforest with that nose. God damn. You lost me.
When you use your the ability evolve, the stronger your... Please.
Yo, brother, put that nose away. I'll take my girl with that nose. God damn.
I shouldn't keep you. Next time.
Forget the Pinocchio build.
Fair.
All right. Little taste of Persona 3 FES.
You're awake.
I know they remade it recently, and I think they had a lot of quality of life improvements to the game. So I would definitely recommend playing that new version. But the old version runs pretty well here, and it looks pretty great too. So that's Persona 3 FES. What else we got? A little okay, so God of War definitely won't run that well because Simpsons Hit and Run didn't run well. So instead of suffering through that, let's try let's try the ultimate form of suffering, and that's Mortal Kombat Shaolin Monks. Tales of Rebirth PS2 testing. I don't have that ROM loaded on here right now, but I'll definitely check it out. Maybe another time. Maybe in the full review. TBD. I am curious about that game, the Tales games, because theoretically they should run pretty decently. I don't know though. You know what's a total shot in the dark is Mortal Kombat Shaolin Monks. I remember renting this from GameStop on the Xbox. All right, till the dragon is first visible. Well, you guys can't see it, but I can see it. Oh, man, this takes me back. I love how they spelled co-op with a K. Co-op. It's just combat. All right, Kung Lao. Kung Lao with the slicing hat.
Battle raged at the end of the first
Should go crazy.
The forces of Earthrealm were facing their greatest challenge.
Also, what up, all 12 of you? The Night Squad, the Night Shift, clocking in. Hope you all are enjoying the stream. I'm glad to have you here. Hope you all are having a wonderful evening or morning or wherever y'all are at. Oh yeah, Patrick, Rebirth is a weird game because Trix had to implement ton of hacks to get it to run well. Then also one of the hackers made the English cheat to disable the sun because the sun glare made the game slow to a crawl. Yeah, man. There's so many hacks that need to be implemented on certain games. It's so interesting. Emulation is just so weird. But yeah, Trixarian is a beast. Like, you're really just putting in the elbow grease to get these games working. Shouts out to Trix. Some other devs I want to shout out is also Product Devity, putting in work on Game Hub Lite. The team behind that one, team behind Eden too. Just so many absolutely sick development teams. Just going full throttle on this new wave of emulators. It's really cool stuff. So this is Mortal Kombat Shaolin Monks running on the PS2 through Nether SX2 at 1x resolution. So this is native res, true to the original experience. I can't tell you if the lag here is true to the original experience. I don't think it is. Yeah, this is looking pretty crunchy. Something tells me this ain't gonna run too well. Something tells me this ain't gonna be too hot. All right, who's that? That's Raiden, right? Patrick, you sure appreciate the emulator devs. Hey, same here, man. and it's crazy because we're in the minority. Crazy to think about, man. Oh, the Android emulation scene is brutal. It is a ruthless scene. People just absolutely like they're not grateful at all for the emulation progress, and then when there's something wrong, they destroy the emulator devs, and it's a bloodbath, man. Tough scene to be in, but these people are really making history. So I always love to give them credit. Patrick, the code who does the Dolphin graphic backend is goated too. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Sick. Yeah, Mali GPUs, man. That's so many of all those Ambernick devices be running the Malis. This is painful. So I hate to break it to any Mortal Kombat Shaolin Monk diehards, but yeah, it's not looking too hot. It's not looking great on here. I'm gonna keep it a buck with y'all. This is that one was hurting me. That one was brutal. Oh no. Yeah, so that's that. That's Simpsons Hit and Run, Persona 3, and Mortal Kombat Shaolin Monks. You know what? Just for the culture, let's try and boot up God of War 2. I would recommend instead just playing the God of War PSP games at 2x resolution. They still look great and they still play great. But if you want to switch, taste the dark side, then God of War 2 for the PS2. We're gonna see how it goes. Only one way to find out. Kikalis with a lot of tinkering, you might get a stable 30, maybe. You might be onto something. And that begs the question, how much does a steady 30 mean to me in Mortal Kombat Shaolin Monks? No comment. Can I skip this cutscene? Soon all shall know the glory of Sparta. See if Kratos steps up. Unplug that for the time being.
The wrath of Olympus grows.
Let's lock in.
Soon I will no longer be able to protect you.
I'm pretty sure this is 1x resolution. This looks great. Yeah, native resolution.
I need no protection.
Do not forget that it was I who made you a god, Ghost of Sparta. Do not turn your back on me.
I owe you nothing.
Yeah, that's savage.
Then you leave me no choice.
He's a heartbreaker.
Kratos had turned the pain of his memories into hatred. Hatred for the gods, who had refused to free him from the nightmares of his past deeds. And so he
All right, this is a lot of buildup, and I'm hesitant to anticipate anything here, but something tells me that it's gonna be a little crunchy when we drop in. Where are we dropping, boys? Also, why is he fucking enormous? What who made Kratos Godzilla? What the shit?
You conspire against me,
brother. You about as big as a skyscraper. What the hell? This shit. This ain't the God of War reboot. King Callis, you watched an AI translated review. It seems like some companies that sell the Air X provide SD cards with complete setup. PS2 30 God of War. Oh hell yeah, dude. Sick. Yeah, I know that Mangmi sells 128 and 256 gigabyte cards too. I don't know if they're full of games, but I would assume that they have some games on there. Yeah, maybe they're out there configuring it properly. I mean, the Snapdragon 662 is kind of a weird no man's land of performance. Yeah, this is looking real crunchy. It's 22 FPS, but I mean, listen, that extra 8 FPS, if you could squeeze that out, pretty cool. Yeah, this is a. I might have to check the emulator to, you know, check out some other emulator specs that people are running to get this game, because this is ooh, that's tough. Yeah, that's tough. I might have to check. You know what's actually a pretty helpful video that I should I'll probably check out and configure some stuff and for another time, is Rob the Retro Tech Dad. He played a bunch of PS2 games on the Mangmi Air X. And he did a bunch of tinkering around, bunch of tweaking, and it seems like that's kind of what you got to do with this handheld. You got to do a bunch of noodling around in the settings here, such as, you know, switching the renderer. Let's try Vulkan, see if that works any better. Seems like that actually might work a little worse. Yeah, we're getting a lower frame rate now on Vulkan compared to OpenGL. So, you know what we're going to do is we're going to switch it right on back to OpenGL. And we can downscale to a sub-native 0.75x, 0.5x. I don't exactly feel like this is going to look good at all. And it really doesn't. Yeah, this ain't worth it. This is looking busted up. I think that just rendering the game alone, regardless of the resolution, this is just a tough game to run. I'm gonna throw it back to native. Yeah, there's so many different like things to kind of mess around with. Maybe I do what's this? Hardware download mode. Disabled. Yeah, we're still crunching. So I'd recommend, if you're looking to play certain games, just look up what other people are setting the settings to like get a consistent frame rate, because it seems like going in blind and just kind of like setting it up normally is not really going to get the best performance at all, really. So we're gonna put it back to what it was, save our state, and then wrap up stream, because we've been streaming for almost 4 hours. Hot dog. Time to be flying. Time is just flying. Hanging out with a bunch of real ones. So that was God of War. 2. Could probably noodle around with the settings, tweak some stuff, get it to run better. King Callus, you did a great long review. I'm sure some hype was restored after the long shipping. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Oh yeah, the SD cards were from resellers. Qualcomm would not partner if distributed with games. That's true. That's fair. That's a great point. Yeah. So I know the resellers is kind of a real lawless land when it comes to those resellers and SD card loaders and all that stuff. But yeah, Mangmi's really doing things by the books. So you got to give them credit for that. And I think that's going to lead to a very long and healthy, company and relationship. And maybe no more Rixel HK loader. Ambernick, I'm looking at you. None of that stuff. Anyways, so to recap what we've checked out in this stream, in this 4-hour bonanza stream, is we checked out some Android games, some native Android games in the beginning of the stream. We checked out Minecraft, a little bit of Silksong, a little bit of Hollow Knight, and some Ship of Arcanian, the Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask native ports for Android. Then we checked out some 3DS games and ran them all in Citra MMJ, 1x resolution. Then we hopped over to PSP, played a bunch of those games at 4x resolution. It was pretty sick. And also 2x resolution and 3, kind of just all over the place. But PSP runs really well on here. Then we went and checked out a couple Switch games, and it was very clear that only like really indies can run from the Switch library. However, you can still run a couple. And then we checked out a couple Gamecube games and some PS2 games. And when it comes to those systems, those are a lot more mishit, I would say. And very much like not as bad as the Switch, but yeah, because the Switch just like might not run games, period. Meanwhile, GameCube and PS2 can run the games, just not very well. So needless to say, there's a couple other consoles like Dreamcast, N64. Those run really well. I've been very happy playing N64 and Dreamcast games. PlayStation, obviously no problem. You can upscale that. You can play your little Sega Saturn and then your classics. Another thing that looks great on here is also Game Boy Advance because it's such a big screen. Let me show you just a little taste of Metroid Desolation because I've been playing some of this on here. This is a ROM hack of Metroid Zero Mission, but when you blow it up to 5.5 inches, and then you have a 1080p display, so you can throw on shaders and stuff like that too. So I threw on a little grid shader to really give it that like retro vibe. It looks so good, and these retro systems, yeah, they really feel nice and solid on the Mangmi Air X. So again, this is a handheld that can do a lot more than just PSP games and a couple 3DS games and some and those kinds of systems. Like, this is also your classics consoles like Game Boy Advance, Game Boy Color, N64, Dreamcast, etc. Like, everything is it's really just a versatile device, and it's clocking in at just under $100, around $90 US. And yeah, I've been very impressed with it. It really is the whole package, considering that that you get the ergonomics, you get the flare with the RGB, you get a really nice screen too. 1080p, 5.5 inches. It's not an OLED, but it's very color accurate and has some nice saturation and contrast too. It's just it's a banging handheld. Mangmi really coming out of the gate swinging with possibly the best, the most powerful budget handheld that you can find under $100. So shouts out to Mangmi. Really like what they're doing, and I'm pretty stoked for their pocket, their Mangmi Air Max, right? Mangmi Air Max, something like that. I don't know. You got the Mangmi, you got the Ioneo Pocket Air Mini Max, and there's so many. So and it's ironic too, because Mangmi is rumored to be started from former Ioneo employees. So them both making devices called the Air is pretty funny. Anyways, I've yapped for long enough, and time we bring the stream to a close and do this. Do that. Oh, quit. All right. Let's wrap it on up. Wrap it on up, old man. Put your agenda away. The Skulls playlist. Should they should use 7 Snapdragon. I don't know. I'm not well versed in the lore of all the Snapdragon chips. All I know is that the 662 is solid, considering what else we have at this price point. Like $90 usually gets us like Helios chips and MediaTek and that kind of stuff. So a Snapdragon 662 is it's pretty good, you know. Kind of close to the G Cloud. Yeah, I'll do a little bit of cloud testing with the 662. I heard that there's a little bit of lag and latency with just the chip. It's like not great, but TBD. King Kalos, thank you, buddy. Thank you for hanging out with me, dude. And thanks for everyone else and for sticking around and live and for checking out the VOD too. So thanks for all y'all for hanging out with me. But all good things must come to a close, and that's why we throw on a little bit of music, because I meant to throw on the outro music, but I clicked the wrong button. So instead, you get just this music. It's too late for this shit. All right, cut the music. Cut the music. Cut the music. It's time. Kick it to the outro. Thank you so much for hanging out with me, for sticking around, and for manging it up on this Mangmi stream. I'm your boy Mangmi Monto. And I hope you have a mangin' old night. I'll mang in the next one. See you later.